I'll tell you about it slowly, Aunt Jo said with a smile. Please come in and have a seat. The battleship turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the sky above the city lord's mansion. Soon, it had left Yufeng City and was heading east. Although Yufeng City was large, it could not accommodate so many sections. Many forces had built their manors in the surrounding spiritual mountains and rivers. After the battleship flew dozens of miles to the east, it disappeared into thin air and traveled through the void. The Mei family's location was extremely secretive, and few people knew about it. Aunt Jo welcomed the two of them warmly and said, "What young Master Yun just mentioned is no secret. Those old men who participated in the Chamber of Commerce's auction are actually the husbands of the Mei family." Ah! Yun Xiao was taken aback, but Li Feiyu looked extremely calm, as if he had known about it long ago. "I've observed the Mei family's appraisal ability a few times," Yun Xiao said in confusion. "It seems to be an extremely powerful innate ability. I originally thought it was through bloodline inheritance, but it seems that my guess was wrong." "Young Master Yun, your observation skills are indeed very good," Aunt Jo said in surprise. "You're already much stronger than many people to be able to think of the bloodline inheritance. The bloodline is also part of this ability, but only 1/3 of it. The other 1/3 is a cultivation technique passed down from generation to generation in my Mei family. As for the last 1/3, it's a secret. Forgive me for not being able to reveal it to others." "It doesn't matter," Yun Xiao said. "Ninth Aunt has been very frank. The Mei family's secret place wasn't far from Yufeng City. They quickly emerged from the void and entered a valley. The valley was lush with spiritual qi, like a paradise. The warship flew directly above an elegant residence, and the three of them landed. Aunt Jo immediately set up a banquet, and all kinds of delicacies were served. Beautiful maidservants of all shapes and sizes shuttled through the banquet, which was pleasing to the eye. Yun Xiao laughed. "If I hadn't come to Plum Valley, my impression of your Mei family would still be that you were all old men and lifeless. Who would have thought that it would be a completely different scene?" Li Feiyu raised a cup of jade-like liquid and took a sip. He praised, "The Mei family's 100 Flowers Dew wine is comparable to spirit pills and medicine. It's not easy to make this 100 Flowers Dew wine," Aunt Jo said with a smile. "Its effect is comparable to the ice jade pearl that young Master Yun obtained." "Oh!" Yun Xiao took a bite, and sure enough, he felt a stream of spirit qi flowing into his dantian, which benefited him a lot. He was overjoyed. He didn't care about his manners anymore and gulped down the entire pot of wine. Aunt Jo and Li Feiyu's mouths were wide open. Although Li Feiyu also wanted to drink without restraint like this, he was still a guest, so how could he lose his manners? Aunt Jo's heart ached when she saw this, and she immediately asked the beautiful servant to get more wine. This time, she secretly sent a voice transmission to the beautiful servant, asking her to sit next to Yun Xiao and pour him wine with a wine pot in her hand. Otherwise, if he poured the wine into his mouth, the Mei family would be poor no matter how rich they were. Even so, Yun Xiao still drank cup after cup without holding back. Cough, cough. Young Master Yun is really generous. Li Feiyu heavily reminded him to pay attention to his demeanor, and he couldn't help but pretend that he didn't know him. Yun Xiao laughed and said, "Ha ha! This wine is good. Can Ninth Aunt give me a few jars? I don't know how much stock the Mei family has left. I'll get someone to take a look." Aunt Jo's face darkened. "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about serious business." She was afraid that the wine would be finished before they could even talk about business. Yun Xiao laughed as he took out the thumb-sized piece of skyshine metal and played with it in his hand. "Since Ninth Aunt has recognized this thing, I wonder what price you are willing to pay to buy it?" Aunt Jo's eyes lit up, and she did not hide her desire. She did not answer the question. "Pardon my rudeness, but I'd like to ask young Master Yun if that's all? If you still want to do it?" "That's all I have," Yun Xiao interrupted with a wave of his hand. "That's all I have. Since Ninth Aunt knows what this is, how can there be a lot of it?" Aunt Jo looked disappointed and said, "That might not be the case. Although the Northern Heaven Frigid Star iron can't be compared to this, it's still a top-grade material for artifact refinement. Young Master Yun, That piece of iron must weigh at least 1,000 jin, right? Li Feiyu's heart trembled upon hearing this, and he asked in shock, Ninth Ant, don't keep us in suspense. What is this thing? It's even higher than the Northern Heaven Cold Star Iron. It's the Heavenly Shine K Gold that I couldn't find for a long time. Ninth Ant sighed. It's actually this. Li Feiyu was also shocked. He looked at the small piece of metal in Yunxiao's hand in horror, his eyes rippling, and his heart was not calm. The Heavenly Shine Imperial Gold was one of the world's best refining materials. Even if it was only the size of a thumb, if it could be integrated into a sharp weapon, it could be said to be indestructible. Even the 10,000 treasures building might not have it in stock. Aunt Jo said, I don't know if this piece of thumb is enough. Young Master Yun, can you name a price for the Northern Heaven Frigid Star Iron? What kind of mystic weapon are you going to refine, Ninth Ant? Yun Xiao asked curiously. It actually needs a combination of Skyshine Metal and Northern Heaven Cold Star Iron? Ninth Ant shook her head with a bitter smile and said, This is the secret of our sect. I need to forge a sharp weapon to cut open something. If he could get 10 thumbed pieces of Tensho metal, it would be enough. If young Master Yun can get it, our sect will give you a satisfactory price even if we have to spend all our fortune. Yun Xiao's heart jolted. As the head of the Mei family, Ninth Ant had actually said such a thing. It was clear that she had indeed encountered a great problem. However, the Tianzhao K gold was much more precious than the Northern Heaven Cold Star Iron, and he had kept it for himself. If he didn't urgently need the ice jade pearls, he would definitely not take it out to trade. He could only helplessly say, There's no more Tensho gold, but I wonder what Ninth Ant wants to cut open? Ninth Ant shook her head and did not want to say it. If that's the case, then what price does young Master Jin Yun of the Heavenly Reflection Court want? Yun Xiao pondered for a moment and said, The price of this Skyshine K gold is negotiable. I don't mind giving it to Aunt Jo, but there's something I need to figure out. Oh, Aunt Jo found it strange. Yun Xiao did not look like a very generous person. So what could make him so generous? Yun Xiao stared at her and said, I'm Mei Donger's friend. I really want to know what happened between her and the Mei family. Aunt Jo's face changed drastically, and her eyes turned sharp. Her eyes were filled with killing intent as she stared at Yun Xiao and snapped, So it's you. So it was you who killed Wang De and dragged my Mei family into this. Yun Xiao naturally knew that he could not cover it up, so he said with a wry smile, There are some misunderstandings. If Ninth Ant has the patience, you can listen to me in detail. Aunt Jo snorted and immediately sent out a signal. In an instant, several powerful auras rushed over from all directions. Although they were nowhere to be seen, they had locked Yun Xiao in place, and Li Feiyu's face changed. Let's see what you can come up with today, Aunt Jo said coldly. As for Mei Dong, I've already sent someone to invite her. You'll be able to meet her soon. Yun Xiao looked slightly displeased, but when he thought that Mo Xiaochuan was there, it should not be a big problem. So he held back his anger and sat there calmly, explaining the whole thing. In the end, he said, I want to know the relationship between Mei Dong and you because she's my good friend. I want to help her. As for killing Wang De, Wang Gong already knows that I'm the one behind it. With his status as a great grandmaster, he naturally wouldn't vent his anger on you guys for no reason. Aunt Jo was suspicious and snorted. You're saying that you managed to repel a wisp of Wang Gong's spiritual sense? It was simply a bunch of nonsense. The Miao Xian sect can become one of the top 10 sects in the North region, and Wang Gong is a 9-stars martial sovereign. If a wisp of his divine sense is sent down, even an ordinary martial sovereign might be able to defeat him. Young Master Yun, you're right about repelling Wang Gong. I've seen everything, Li Feiyu said. What? Aunt Jo was shocked. She naturally believed Li Feiyu's words. She looked at Yun Xiao with a horrified look and said, Are you a martial supreme? With Yun Xiao's age, no one would believe that he was a martial emperor. Young Master Yun, it was that super strong puppet that forced Wang Gong's divine will back, Li Feiyu said. Wang Gong was also afraid that if his strength increased too much, it would affect Wang Zhen's martial Dao talent. so he had been suppressing it to the rank of martial honor. Aunt Joe's suspicion disappeared, but her expression was still cold. She snorted. Even so, you can't escape responsibility for the death of my Granny Kue and the destruction of my restaurant. Xianxia was furious. His eyes shone with a fierce light as he glared at her with a nearly tangible killing intent and said, "That ugly old woman deserved to die. If Ninth Aunt is not convinced, you can let people hit me." He had never been questioned like this before. If it weren't for Mei Dong, he would have fallen out with her from the start. Now he had reached the point where he couldn't bear it anymore. "Humph, I also want to see what kind of strength the young man who can force Wang Gong's divine will has." Aunt Joe was also furious. She slapped the table, and an invisible force immediately shot out, turning into a slashing force in the air and shooting toward Xianxia. Li Feiyu furrowed his brows. Just as he was about to make a move to stop them, he seemed to have thought of something and retreated, quietly watching. His eyes had been fixed on Xianxia the whole time, and he was very curious about his identity and strength, so he wanted to check it out. "Since we've fallen out, I won't be polite. I'll directly capture you and bring you to Mei Dong to plead guilty." Xianxia's eyes were cold, and a murderous aura began to emanate from his body. The beautiful maid who poured the wine was so frightened that she threw down the wine pot and ran away. Aunt Joe was furious. The other party had threatened to take her to apologize to a junior who had been kicked out of the house, which directly provoked her dignity and authority. She said angrily, "Capture this person." Li Feiyu had said that Xianxia had forced Wang Gong to retreat, and she believed him very much. So, she did not underestimate him and immediately called for help. This was also because women were very meticulous. If they were men and saw the other party's martial arts grandmaster Cultivation, they would not pay any attention to him. "Humph!" Xianxia snorted coldly. The slash cut his figure in half, revealing his afterimage. Her real body had already appeared beside Ninth Aunt, and a sword ray left her hand and stabbed forward. Aunt Jo dodged to the side, leaving a few afterimages behind. She dodged the sword light and floated up into the air. A large amount of dust surged up from below her body and condensed into a yellow dirt ball that was a few feet long and wide in front of her. It emitted a shocking wave of vital energy. Once it exploded, the entire courtyard would be destroyed. "It's better for you to summon your puppet. Otherwise, with your cultivation level, let alone fighting with me, I'll crush you into pieces with a single move." Ninth Aunt's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. "Humph!" Xianxia snorted. "Do you still want to have a fair fight with me? Then what's with the divine sense that's locked onto me? I'm just reminding you out of goodwill," Aunt Jo said angrily. "I don't want you to die unconvinced. Since you don't need it, you can go to hell." Dust Earth technique. Kill. The small ball in front of her spun rapidly, throwing out a large amount of dust, which formed tiny tornadoes and attached to the ball, as if they had more than a dozen braids. The surrounding space was thrown into chaos, and the rustling sound of sand being sifted came from all directions as the tornadoes pressed toward Xianxia. Xianxia had at least several ways to deal with the move in front of him, but he did not dare to use them because he had concerns. This was because Li Feiyu was standing beside him. He was very likely to be a formidable opponent in the two meetings. Furthermore, this person was known as the Four Prodigies of the North region. He was also very knowledgeable. If he were to recognize his moves, it would be extremely troublesome. The mortal world gazes at Eng Haoyue. Die! Xianxia shouted. The Northern Heaven Cold Star Sword appeared in his hand, and a powerful weapon charm fluctuated, colliding with the fluctuation produced by the small ball. Then, a sword beam flickered as the 1000 expedition art was performed. "That's a Swan Ni 9th grade profound armament." Aunt Jo was taken aback. At a glance, she saw the sword in Yunxiao's hand and immediately judged its grade. From the sword's light and color, she understood that it was a divine weapon made of Northern Heaven Cold Star iron. The two waves of energy overlapped and penetrated each other. The sword light followed closely behind and directly entered the small ball. In an instant, the small ball was split into two halves, and a large amount of dust scattered in the air. Under the misty atmosphere, the two halves exploded. Boom! As expected, the powerful force instantly annihilated the surroundings. The entire courtyard was covered in dust. The buildings and various decorations inside were instantly turned into powder and disappeared. Aunt Joe's attack was still too powerful. Yunxiao raised his sword to block it, and the aftermath broke through his sword momentum and shook his body. His body glowed with a golden light as he resisted the huge force, but he was still forced to retreat. Li Feiyu had already flown up into the sky. When he looked back, his heart trembled. He hurriedly wiped his eyes, thinking that he had seen wrongly. When he looked again, Yunxiao had returned to normal. Li Feiyu's heart was filled with suspicion. There was clearly a golden light just now, as if the other party had transformed, but the dust that was stirred up by the qi was too strong, so he didn't dare to confirm it. In order to probe Yunxiao's true strength, he had only had the strength of a martial grandmaster from the beginning to the end. But the sword just now had brought out the great power of a 9th-tier mystic artifact. Not only had it split open the domain of a martial honor, but it had also cut off 9th Ant's dust attack, doing something completely impossible. And how did he withstand the aftermath of 9th Ant's move? Was it the golden light just now? However, he couldn't see it clearly, which made him suspicious. Jade Shadow Qi swirling sword returning to Seoul. Yunxiao cried out softly, and a sword beam rose up from the dust. Although there was no domain, it presented a sea of sword qi that was not inferior to the domain at all. Although he was unable to pry into the core of the 1000 Expedition noble art, there was no one else in the world who had a better understanding of the way of the sword than him, so he could at least simulate 70 to 80% of it. Aunt Jo was also shocked. She could not believe that the other party could compete with her without using a puppet. But what was even more shocking was the 9th-tier Northern Heavens Cold Star Sword. Even if she used a 9th-tier mystic weapon, it was extremely easy for her to be devoured by the weapon rhythm. How could the other party, who had a mere martial arts grandmaster cultivation, use it so casually? "Stop!" she suddenly shouted and raised her slender hand to point in the air. A finger light shot out and collided with the sword chi of the 1000 Expedition art. The power of the collision spread out, but she was shocked to find that she didn't have the upper hand. "You said you'd fight and you said you'd stop. This may be the Plum Valley, but I'm not a member of the valley." Yunxiao was inexplicably angry, and he felt a little aggrieved. After his rebirth, he had been dealing with these minions that he would not even look at in the past. Furthermore, he had been suppressed and beaten by them at every turn, and they would scold him at will. An indescribable irritation welled up from the bottom of his heart. In the depths of his soul, the demonic dragon suddenly opened its eyes, which flickered with shock. Circles of black patterns began to appear on Yunxiao's skin, spreading from his body and covering his entire body. It was the sign of demonization from before. "Gu Feiyang, wake up! Yunxiao!" The demon dragon suddenly shouted. He had already sensed that something was wrong with Yunxiao. "Wake up your sister!" Yunxiao roared as rings of demonic energy burst out of the Northern Heavens Cold Star Sword, enveloping him in a black demonic energy. In the light of the sword, an extremely terrifying black aura flickered. Sword Art Star Obliteration. The Northern Heaven Cold Star Sword turned completely black. With a slash, the black demonic chi and the cold light of autumn water were faintly visible. The sky was split in half, and the crack tore towards Aunt Jo. "This Tao Wu." Both Aunt Jo and Li Feiyu were shocked by the strong demonic aura emanating from Yunxiao's body. Aunt Jo, who was a martial honor, shuddered under the might of the sword. Fear gushed out from the bottom of her heart. "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare you act so atrociously in the Plum Valley?" An explosion rang out in the air, coming from one of the divine senses that had locked onto Yunxiao. Suddenly, a golden beam fell from the sky and rushed into the black devil chi, producing a violent rumbling sound as if the sun had pierced through the night. A martial emperor of the 9th heaven realm appeared inside the devil chi, and with a gentle palm strike, he instantly destroyed the sword technique. The martial emperor's cold eyes were fixed on Yunxiao, like two sharp blades stabbing into his heart. Dang! A distant bell rang in his heart. The dynasty bell emitted rays of golden light that radiated onto his body and began to suppress the demonic qi. Yunxiao's heart trembled. He hurriedly calmed his mind and slowly eased his manic aura. Although he had not lost his mind just now, and his self-consciousness was still intact, he had been affected by the manic emotion, which was definitely not something that should have happened to him. As the power of the dynasty bell rang, the black patterns on his body gradually faded and returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Li Feiyu was dumbstruck. The might of that sword strike was no longer below that of a martial supreme. Even he felt a great threat, and the change in Yunxiao's body made him misunderstand it as some kind of powerful cultivation technique. His eyes began to show fear and solemnity. He originally thought that although the other party had some trump cards, he would definitely not be his match. But after the sword attack just now, which was full of demonic energy, he had completely raised Yunxiao to the same level as himself, and he did not dare to underestimate him. You're so young, yet you've learned some crooked cultivation techniques. Do you think you can be so impudent everywhere? Today, I'll discipline you on behalf of your family. The martial emperor's killing intent rose, and the emperor's might of the 9 heavens rumbled down on Yunxiao. Yunxiao's face flickered slightly. These martial emperors were all self-righteous and liked to use their emperor qi to oppress others as if it was very enjoyable. He wished he could slap them away, but unfortunately, although he was not afraid of this kind of emperor qi, he could do nothing about it. Discipline young Master Yun? I've just arrived and I've already heard such an exciting thing. I really want to see who's the one who's spouting such crazy words. A cold voice came from the distance. The sky suddenly changed color, and a powerful pressure quickly flew over. Not good. Someone has broken into the valley. Along with the panic-stricken voices in the Plum Valley, there were warriors who kept screaming. The martial emperor powerhouse was shocked and looked over in horror. Suddenly, the bright sky turned dark, and only the 4 poles shone within auroras that connected their heads and tails. A few golden symbols glowed in the sky, surrounding the 4 poles and the entire sky as a huge seal. Then, a move came crashing down. In the sky, a figure could be seen, but his face could not be seen clearly. He could only say, "Heaven-Earth Seal. Not good. 9th Ant. Run." The martial emperor powerhouse was shocked to find that this move had used the entire sky and earth as a seal. There was almost no way to escape from the 4 corners. Everyone who was enveloped by this seal was locked by the powerful spatial power. They could not even move, let alone escape. Whether it was Aunt Zhou, Li Feiyu, or that martial sovereign, all of them trembled as they tried to block the attack with all their might. However, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Under the might of the heaven and earth, they were like ants and grasshoppers that could be crushed at any time. Boom! As the seal fell, it caused a shocking tremor. A person was sent flying from the ground into the 9 heavens, spurting blood along the way. As for Aunt Zhou and the others, they were not injured at all. The one who had been sent flying was the martial emperor. At the same time, a man appeared in the sky. He glanced around, then took a step forward and came to Yunxiao's side, saying anxiously, "Shi Xuanji, young Master Yun, are you all right?" He always felt that calling him young Master Yun was very awkward. It was fine if he paid attention to it normally, but it was easy to slip up at critical moments. Fortunately, Yunxiao looked like a teenager, or it would have been even more difficult for him to change his mind. His supreme reverence for Gu Feiyang made him not dare to have any blasphemy. It was Mo Xiaochuan. Yunxiao shook his head slightly. "I'm fine. Why are you here?" he asked. "Don't hit people for no reason. What if you kill someone?" Mo Xiaochuan's face darkened and he said awkwardly, "I'll pay more attention to this Kasaya in the future. I held back just now, so that person shouldn't have died, right?" He raised his head and looked up at the sky, but the martial sovereign did not fall for a long time. Could it be that he was sent flying into the starry sky outside of this region? "Don't talk nonsense," Yunxiao shouted. "Do you think you're a peak martial emperor and can turn the world around and the day upside down? It's daytime now. There's no starry sky. I'm guessing it might have been sent flying to the sun," he said thoughtfully. "Young Master Yun, we can't see the sun now. Mo Xiaochuan said. Yun Xiao rolled his eyes at him. It's exactly because we can't see the sun that we can't see it after you sent him flying to the sun. That's reasonable. When Aunt Jiu and Li Feiyu heard the conversation between the two, they broke out in a cold sweat, but they were more shocked than shocked. Such a powerful martial sovereign was being lectured by Yun Xiao like a servant, and he was showing undisguised respect and obedience to him. Apart from being shocked, Aunt Jiu looked around worriedly. The powerful cultivator who had been sent flying was one of the only two martial sovereigns in the Mei family. The other martial sovereign was hiding at the side and did not dare to come out. Not good. Not good. Someone has broken into the valley. From afar. The cries were still coming. Caught. They were caught. Hurry. Hurry and bring him to ninth aunt. Mo Xiaochuan's expression changed as he cried out. Not good. I'm too fast, and Huayuan and the others are still behind me. Just as he was about to return to save them, he saw a group of people flying over from afar. They were the martial artists of the valley, and they had already captured Mei Dong-er, Mo Huayuan, and Little Xin. Ninth aunt, we've already captured this group of people who trespassed the valley. There's also an expert who's missing, and it seems like Bayan is flying over here. The warrior reported with his head lowered and did not notice Mo Xiaochuan nearby. He sneaked a glance at the wolves around him and exclaimed in shock. Could it be that ninth aunt personally took action and suppressed that person? Aunt Jiu's face turned pale and she shouted, All of you shut up! Release everyone! Ah! Let him go! This Wufu! That martial artist was stunned for a moment, but he didn't dare to follow ninth aunt's order. He hurriedly asked his subordinates to release Wu and I. Aunt Jiu's face was pale as she looked up at the sky. Deep in the sky, there seemed to be a figure falling. She suppressed the fear in her heart and braced herself to walk up to Mo Xiaochuan. She said respectfully, The head of the Mei family greets Lord Martial Emperor. May I know what kind of grudge you have with the Plum Valley? Why did you barge in and even injure the people of the Plum Valley? She was asking the obvious question now. It was obvious that this man had a close relationship with Yun Xiao, and his strength was so heaven-defying. She was afraid that he would suffer a great loss today. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel bitter. Not only that, if his own courtyard was destroyed, there was no hope for that heavenly shine Keijin. Mo Xiaochuan mumbled, It's nothing. I'm just playing around. In this world, the strong are respected, and I'm stronger. I can play however I want, right? This Tao Wu. Aunt Jiu was dumbfounded. She had thought that the other party would at least say something reasonable first, such as standing up for Yun Xiao. She had even thought of a way to answer and was ready to counter the attack. But she did not expect that the other party would say such a rogue's words without caring about the demeanor of a powerful expert. My lord, it's true that the strong are respected. However, there should at least be a reason in the world, right? Mo Xiaochuan scoffed. Logic? If you say the word reason to me again, I'll directly teach you the fist. The cold aura from his body immediately made Aunt Jiu tremble. Her face turned pale and she gritted her teeth, not daring to speak the word reason anymore. The people around them all fainted, especially the group of people from the Plum Valley who had captured Mei Dong-er. They were all dumbfounded and finally understood the current situation. Hiss, finally. A person fell from the sky and landed a few hundred meters away. A large amount of dust was stirred up, and the ground trembled slightly. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Aunt Jiu's face was filled with anxiety. That was one of the two top masters of the Plum Valley. If he was killed, it would be a huge blow to the Plum Valley. However, she did not dare to leave with Mo Xiaochuan around. In the distance, a faint light flashed across the sky. Someone was carefully flying in that direction. It was the other martial emperor powerhouse who was hiding in the dark and did not dare to come out. Aunt Jiu was slightly relieved. She braced herself and said to Mo Xiaochuan, My lord, you're done playing now. When can you leave? She didn't expect to get back at them or take revenge anymore. She just hoped that these people would leave as soon as possible. That depends on my mood, Mo Xiaochuan replied. Aunt Jiu, Ing Luo. Li Feiyu also couldn't stand it any longer. He stepped forward and said, "Young Master Yun, this Wan is a misunderstanding." Yun Xiao had completely recovered from the demonized state and said indifferently, "Misunderstanding? What a big misunderstanding. I almost lost my life." Mo Xiaochuan's heart was filled with boundless anger when he heard that. When he thought of Yun Xiao's near-death experience, the coldness in his body grew even stronger. "Young Master Yun, since the people of the Plum Valley dared to offend you like this, I don't think there's any need for them to exist anymore. Why don't we reduce the heavenly martial realm by one sect from now on?" Magnet! Aunt Jo sucked in a breath of cold air, her body turning cold as she looked at Li Feiyu with a pleading gaze. Now, he could only rely on Li Feiyu's face to see if he could salvage the situation. No wonder the other party dared to kill the young master of the Miao Xian sect so unscrupulously. He was not someone to be trifled with. Li Feiyu had no other choice. If he were facing Yun Xiao, he could still talk to him. But Mo Xiaochuan's tyrannical strength and completely unreasonable appearance left him at a loss. He did not know where to start, so he could only say to Yun Xiao, "Young Master Yun, as the saying goes, out of blows, friendship grows. It's just a misunderstanding. Besides, although the people from Plum Valley were strong, I don't think they were able to hurt young Master Yun. Why don't we have a peaceful talk? The Mei family has always stood aloof from worldly affairs and has no grudges with any other forces except for the Merchant Union. Young Master Yun, why do you have to force us?" "Even so," Yun Xiao said, "let's forget about what happened just now. We'll pretend that it never happened." He looked at Mei Dong-er's dazed expression in the distance. She seemed to be in a daze as he said, "I will take full responsibility for the matter with the Miao Xian sect. When the time comes, your Plum Valley can just push all the responsibility onto me. However, I have to make things clear with my friend today." Aunt Jo heaved a heavy sigh of relief and gave Li Feiyu a grateful look. Everything can be discussed. She had also discovered Mei Dong-er's existence. Her brows furrowed slightly, and she immediately ordered for a new banquet to be set up in a new courtyard. The same sumptuous meal, the same reception, but the atmosphere was different, making it seem very cold. "You're Huan Wanbai's daughter?" Aunt Jo asked, staring at Mei Dong-er. Mei Dong-er stood up and lowered her head. "That's right. Wanbai's daughter, Mei Dong-er, greets ninth aunt." Aunt Jo's face turned cold and she snorted. "You're quite lucky to be able to live until now." "What do you mean?" Yun Xiao frowned and asked. "What do you mean?" Mei Dong-er's face revealed a bitter expression as she said, "Let me say it. Dong-er was born with a body that was lacking in all 5 virtues. She shouldn't have lived past 10 years old." "5 Zenkiki?" Yun Xiao was surprised. 5 Zenkiki? There's actually such a flawed body in this world. But I can't see anything wrong with your condition. I don't know what's going on either. Perhaps he's already recovered." Mei Dong-er said, "Humph, the 5 righteous Qi is one of the few terminal diseases in the world. Even 9th-tier great alchemists can't cure it, so how can it be cured naturally? But it's a miracle that you're still alive. You were supposed to be punished along with your parents, but because of your body, my mother spared your life and expelled you from the Mei family. I didn't expect you to dare to come back." Anger appeared on Aunt Jo's face as she said, "If it weren't for your mother's mistake back then, the Mei family wouldn't be in such a difficult situation today. Now, you've come out to cause trouble again. First, you offended the Miao Xian sect, and then you caused a ruckus in the Plum Valley with a group of people. You and your mother are truly the nemesis of the Mei family." Bang! A jade cup in Yun Xiao's hand was crushed as he said coldly, "Ninth aunt, your words are really unpleasant. I'm only willing to sit here and listen to you blabber because of Dong-er. Do you think I'll give you face just because of your old face? If I hear any more words that make me uncomfortable, don't blame me for slapping your old face." Aunt Jo was seething with anger, but she did not dare to do anything to Yun Xiao. Her face was so dark that it looked like water was about to drip out. "Since everyone is sitting together, let's have a good chat. Don't fight." Li Feiyu hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "We should try to solve the problem in a harmonious manner and make everyone happy." Mei Dong said amiably. When Granny took me away, there was also a will from my mother. I only found out about it when Granny passed away 5 years ago. I respect my mother's last wish and want to return to the Plum Valley. My mother's greatest wish is for me to return to the Plum Valley. Impossible, Aunt Jo said angrily. Your mother has committed a heinous crime. It's already a great kindness that she didn't punish you as well. You still want to return to the Plum Valley? As long as I'm still the head of the Mei family, it's impossible. Xianxia frowned. Ninth Aunt's attitude is so strong. Did Mei Dong's mother really do something that angers both man and God? Even if he forced her to return, she would still be a hidden danger in the future. He couldn't help but ask, what exactly did Wanbai do back then to make Ninth Aunt hate him so much? I'm not the only one who hates him, Aunt Jo said through gritted teeth. Everyone in the Plum Valley hates him to the bone. Oh? I'd like to hear more details. Yunxiao's brows furrowed even more, as if he was in a very difficult situation. Aunt Jo pondered for a while before she slowly said, this is a core secret of the Mei family, but since young Master Yun has asked, I'll be frank. As I said before, the members of the Mei family have a strong ability to identify treasures. 1/3 of it is due to our bloodline, 1/3 is due to our cultivation techniques, and the last 1/3 is due to the Wooding River. Everyone listened quietly and was very curious. They had never heard of the Wooding River. When Mei Donger heard this, she seemed to have thought of something, and her expression became strange. The Wooding River is a mysterious place that flows under the Plum Valley. The members of my Mei family have to cultivate the appraisal art in the Wooding River from a young age in order to obtain the divine ability and possess the appraisal talent. The entrance to the Wooding River is a door. It's unknown how long it has existed, or when it has been standing there. Every time a baby girl is born in our valley, she must open the door and enter the Wooding River to cultivate and absorb the power of the river water when she's 5 years old. Those with high talent needed 3 to 4 years to achieve it, while those with low talent needed more than 10 years to achieve small success. Perhaps it's because they've cultivated this cultivation technique, but the women of my Mei family have been married to outsiders for generations, giving birth to only girls. What? Yunxiao was stunned. There's such a thing? I understand now. Is it that after you two get married, this kind of appraisal divine art will be passed on to men? Aunt Jo blushed and nodded. Young Master Yun is truly intelligent. After a man and a woman get together, the embryonic essence of the cultivation technique will be planted in the man's body. As the man continues to cultivate, it will gradually grow and eventually become an appraisal technique. The process is extremely complicated, so I won't go through it one by one. Aunt Jo looked away and glanced at Mei Donger. She said coldly, but more than 10 years ago, not long after your mother gave birth to you, she actually lost the key to the gate of the Wooding River. Mei Donger's face was pale, and she seemed to be a little agitated. Lost? Yunxiao asked. Doesn't that mean that no one in the Mei family has been able to master the divine art of identification for the past 10 years? Aunt Jo shook her head. When Wanbai lost the key, my mother was furious. She threw him and Mei Donger's father into the Wooding River. The door has been opened by my mother alone for more than 10 years. It has never been closed for more than 10 years. Last year, my mother overexerted herself and passed away. Turned out that there was such a hidden story. No wonder the people of the Plum Valley were so cold to Mei Donger. I'm sorry, Ninth Aunt, Mei Donger said guiltily. I apologize to you and the elderly head on behalf of my mother. Apologize? Can your apology resurrect my mother? Can your apology make the closed door open again? Aunt Jo became more and more agitated. She could not help but say angrily, not only did your mother cause me to lose my mother, but she also put the Mei family in an unprecedented predicament. The direct consequence was the loss of the appraisal divine art and the disappearance of the continent. The atmosphere suddenly became stiff, and Yunxiao frowned in silence. Li Feiyu was even more surprised. According to what he had said, the current Mei family was the last generation of people with the divine art of identification. This not only affected the Mei family, but also affected the operation of the merchant union. Ninth Ant, Xianxia suddenly said. You want to refine a peerless weapon just to cut open that door? Aunt Ju nodded her head and said, That's right. If we can't cut open the door, the Mei family's divine art of identification will be cut off. Since it's something tangible, Xianxia said with a frown, it must be the Tao of destruction. Actually, you don't have to go through so much trouble. Wouldn't it be more effective to spend a lot of money to hire several powerhouses at the peak of the martial emperor realm? Young Master Yun, do you really not know? Or are you doing this on purpose? Aunt Jo asked with a wry smile. There are a few peak martial sovereigns in this world. Even if my measly Mei family were to use all of our wealth, we might not be able to invite them. My previous plan was to gather all the forces of the Plum Valley and forge a divine weapon. If there is enough heavenly shine metal as material, I think it should be able to cut it open. Her eyes were filled with hope again as she said, I think young Master Yun's sword is made of the Northern Heaven Frigid Star Iron, and it's a 9th grade one at that. If you're willing to part with it, I'm afraid you'll have to part with it. There's no need to say anything, it's impossible. No. Xianxia refused flatly. The Northern Heaven Cold Star Sword was related to the heavenly sword diagram he was going to refine, and each of them was extremely precious. What if I let Mei Dong-er return to the Mei family? Ninth Ant scoffed. She could see that Xianxia loved Mei Dong-er very much. Whether it was friendship or love, as long as it could solve the big problem of the Mei family, nothing else was a problem. Mei Dong-er's heart trembled as she looked at Xianxia with pitiful eyes. That sword is extremely important to me, Xianxia said. I won't give it to you, but I can try to help you open the door. Aunt Jo looked disappointed and said, Young Master Yun's sword strike just now was indeed earth-shattering. But it was not enough to split the door open. If it still doesn't work, I can only count on the Merchant Union's help. Li Feiyu said, The 10,000 Treasures Tower will definitely do our best to assist you. However, even the 10,000 Treasures Tower can't use the power of a peak martial supreme. However, we will do our best in terms of resources and other aspects. However, I can see that young Master Yun's abilities are not small. Ninth Ant, you can really let him try. Perhaps there will be an unexpected effect. Ninth Ant, please let young Master Yun try, Mei Dong-er suddenly said. Besides, my parents were sunk into the Wooding River back then. I also want to pay my respects to them as soon as possible and even salvage their remains. The remains are definitely gone, Aunt Jo replied. Even my mother can't go too deep into the Wooding River, and ordinary female disciples can only cultivate on the surface. With my power back then, I could only dive 500 meters at most. A gravity technique was cast on your parents and they directly sank down. I'm guessing that they've long since disappeared without a trace. Mei Dong-er's heart ached when she heard this. She cried, Mother has committed a grave crime, and Dong-er can't absolve her of it. I hope I can try my best. If it really doesn't work, even paying my respects would be good. It would fulfill my wish. You'll have to open the door first, Aunt Jo snorted. If young Master Yun is willing to try, please come with me. Aunt Jo led the group through the forest for a while and came to a plum forest, where the fragrance of plum flowers permeated the air. There was an exquisite small teleportation formation hidden in the forest. It looked very simple. Aunt Jo said, This is the teleportation array that leads to the Wooding River. The Mei family's ancestors have tried their best to find the exact location of the Wooding River, but they have not been able to find it. Only the spatial coordinates recorded in this teleportation array can teleport you there. Please go up. Xianxia looked at the teleportation array in surprise. It was by no means an item of the current era. The Mei family's inheritance should have been passed down for a very long time, and it was very likely that it had been passed down since they obtained the mysterious appraisal power. The few of them walked into the formation, and Aunt Nine began to cast a spell to activate the formation. Soon, various rays of light shot out, and the group disappeared into the Merlin forest. In the next moment, he appeared in a space that was lit up by day. Everything was white, and it extended into the distance. In the middle of this white light, there was a huge gate. This by an... Xianxia nearly fainted. It's really a gate, he said with a wry smile. There seems to be nothing but it. This kind of spatial land should have been opened up by an ancient almighty. It was unknown where it had been lost to now, and the only way to enter was through Merlin's coordinates. It's normal that the Mei family's ancestors couldn't find the space. That's right, Aunt Jo said. Young Master Yun's speculation was exactly the same as the Mei family's ancestors. For this reason, the spatial coordinates were extremely important. Once lost, the entire Mei family's appraisal technique would be completely lost. This is the gate to the Wooding River. Young Master Yun, do you have a way to break it? The few of them walked forward and began to touch the door with their hands. It was completely bronze in color, and it felt like an ordinary metal to the touch. They couldn't see anything wrong. The two huge door rings were a few meters high and difficult to reach. Strange, this is just ordinary brass. Could it be that there is a powerful seal on it that makes it impossible to break? Mo Huayuan was the first to raise his doubts, but he couldn't find anything amiss despite his knocking and divine sense probing. Young Master Yun, have you found anything? Yun Xiao looked up at the towering door with a puzzled look on his face as he said, Aunt Jo, have you tried? No matter how you attack, you can't move the copper door at all? Aunt Jo said guiltily, It's true. Even a 9th-tier mystic weapon was used. It even caused a martial emperor to be seriously injured by the backlash of the mystic weapon. However, it didn't leave any marks on the door. Li Feiyu was greatly shocked. A martial emperor can't even use a 9th-tier profound armament? Even a peak martial supreme might not be able to break open this kasaya. So, the Mei family has fallen into an unprecedented crisis, Aunt Jo said with a bitter smile. I see, Yun Xiao said. The door is not here. What? His words shocked everyone and they fell into deep thought. What do you mean, young Master Yun? Aunt Jo asked in surprise. Can you explain in detail? Yun Xiao nodded and said, This gate is like a teleportation array. It is a hub that connects two places. It must have a physical body standing in one of the spaces and a projection on the other. Aunt Jo's heart turned cold and she said awkwardly, Are you saying that this door isn't a real entity, but a projection? How is that possible? I clearly felt it when I touched it. It was hard for her to accept this reality. If that was the case, then the Mei family would never have any hope of opening this door. Yun Xiao chuckled. Who said that a projection must be an illusory body? He said, Why can't you just cast a physical body? This concept was hard for everyone to accept, but after thinking about it carefully, they felt that it was possible. There was no clear boundary between reality and illusion. If one was strong enough, it was not impossible to project a real body. If it's like this, Aunt Jo said, if it's like this, won't the Mei family have no hope? Her face was ashen, and she refused to accept Yun Xiao's deduction. However, he believed it without a doubt because it was just as Mo Huayuan had said. This was just an ordinary brass door, and there were no formations or restrictions on it. They had used 9th-tier profound armaments and the power of a martial emperor, but they were still unable to move it at all, not even leaving a single mark. This simply did not make sense. But, if it was as Yun Xiao had said, it would make complete sense. Aunt Jo felt the world spin around her and she was in a daze. You don't have to be like this, 9th aunt, Yun Xiao said with a smile. There are many capable people in the world. Even if this door is a projection, you can still pass through it without the key. This is true. Aunt Jo suddenly woke up from her despair and dejection. She grabbed Yun Xiao's hand excitedly and completely lost her composure. But she could not care about that at all. Is what young Master Yun said true? Do you really have a way to pass through this door? I can't. Yun Xiao shook his head. But I know someone who can. Oh, who is it? Li Feiyu was extremely curious and asked. He thought that he knew a lot about some peerless experts and extraordinary people in the realm of heavenly martial arts. But he couldn't think of anyone who could solve this situation. Yun Xiao's face turned a little solemn, and a hint of fighting intent even flashed in his eyes as he said, In this world, the person who has the most thorough study of spatial techniques and is the most powerful can easily shuttle between several spaces with a raise of his hand. No one even knows where his actual body is. Even if he appears in front of you, it's very likely that he will appear in several different places at the same time, but all of them will be his true body. Little Xian, who had followed along, couldn't help but say, "So powerful? How could there be such a powerful ability in the world?" After he finished speaking, he retracted his head and stuck out his tongue. This was because he found that the entire area was silent and everyone's expression had become extremely serious. Li Feiyu swallowed his saliva and asked in shock, "Young Master Yun, are you talking about Zhenjin?" "Yes." Yun Xiao nodded and said, "That's him. I think there are still many people who can break this door, but if it's that person, he will definitely be able to do it." Aunt Joe's face turned pale, as if she was shocked by the name. She came back to her senses and smiled bitterly. "Young Master Yun, you must be joking. Even if that lord has such remarkable abilities, how can my measly Mei family have the ability to invite him here? I'm afraid that person won't give us face even if Myriad Treasure Store makes an appearance." Li Feiyu nodded. Mo Xiaochuan remained silent. He just looked at Yun Xiao quietly, deep in thought. Mei Dong-er was extremely curious. Like little Xian, she was also confused. She couldn't help but ask, "Who is that person you guys are talking about?" Mo Huayuan sighed and said, "Who else could it be? He's the martial sovereign who has mastered the art of space and is rumored to be infinitely close to the 10 Directions divine realm. He ranked second on the Heaven and Earth power chart decades ago, and was given the title Void by the Holy Realm. Magnet, the second martial sovereign, Zhuo Qingfan." Mei Dong-er was also shocked by this name, and her face flushed red. Those names were like myths, almost only existing in legends. Too many martial artists on the heavenly martial continent grew up listening to these impressive names. "I don't deny that Zhuo Qingfan is very powerful," Mo Xiaochuan snorted coldly, "but I think he must have relied on some luck to rank second." His face showed his dissatisfaction. He naturally felt dissatisfaction for Gu Feiyang. In his heart, Gu Feiyang would always be the strongest. Even Ao Chongkong did not think that he could defeat his master. Mo Xiaochuan's words made everyone break out in cold sweat. They were all speechless and did not know how to respond. Those who dared to criticize the 10 martial sovereigns were all ignorant and fearless fools. However, Mo Xiaochuan's overwhelming strength clearly did not match up to these fools. "Zhuo Qingfan's strength is tyrannical," Yun Xiao said in a deep voice. "He's ranked second. He's worthy of his position." Mo Xiaochuan's body trembled as he looked at Yun Xiao. He was a little surprised that the peerless expert whom he had regarded as a peerless expert in this world would also hold Zhuo Qingfan in such high regard. The crowd exchanged glances, looking confused and speechless. It seemed that Yun Xiao was very familiar with Zhuo Qingfan. They all frowned slightly, thinking that it was very appropriate, but they could not say anything. Mo Huayuan was even more shocked. He had many speculations about Yun Xiao's identity, but he ruled them out one by one. However, his big brother refused to let him in, which made him even more curious. "Young Master Li, is it possible for Myriad Treasure Store to make a move on Lord Zhuo?" Aunt Jo said bitterly. Li Feiyu bitterly smiled and shook his head. "Ninth Aunt, you think too highly of Myriad Treasure Store. Zhuo Qingfan's whereabouts are the most elusive of the 10 great martial sovereigns. Even if the sanctuary shows up and you see him in person, it might not be true." Aunt Jo knew that she was telling the truth, so she said to Yun Xiao, "Can young Master Yun recommend another person? There are still a few people who may be able to break this situation," Yun Xiao said after a moment of contemplation. "But I'm not sure. However, it would not be any easier to invite them than to invite Zhuo Qingfan. There's another way we can try. That's the aristocratic family with unparalleled mechanical puppet techniques in the world, the MU family. They might be able to break out of this reality projection predicament." "The MU family? Is young Master Yun's 8th-ranked puppet a product of the MU family?" Li Feiyu couldn't help but ask. Yun Xiao did not answer, but said lightly, "Although the MU clan's whereabouts are difficult to track, they still have some connections with some of the powers on the continent. If Myriad Treasure Store can help, it'll be much easier to find him than Zhuo Qingfan, and it'll be much easier to invite him." "That's true," I'll send people to search for the Mu family's whereabouts after I return, Li Feiyu replied. Aunt Jo seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope. She nodded and said, "Thank you for your guidance, young Master Yun, and thank you for your help, young Master Li. You're too kind, ninth aunt. It'd be a great loss for the merchant union if the Mei family's magical technique were to be lost." Li Feiyu waved his hand. Mo Huayuan suddenly spoke. "This door is a natural one. There's no gap at all. I wonder where the key is. The keyhole must point to the other side of the space and form a connection. If everyone attacks the keyhole together, there's a possibility of opening the passage." "Yes," Yunxiao nodded. "You're right, Master Mo. However, if we fail, the only connection between the two spaces will be broken. Then, the Wooding River will be lost forever." Mo Huayuan felt an indescribable sense of awkwardness when he heard him address him as Master Mo and Brother Xiaochuan. He said awkwardly, "Young Master Yun, you can just call me Huayuan." "The technique used to open this door is very exquisite," Aunt Jo said. "The key is not an ordinary key. It's a jade pendant and a set of spiritual arts. Can only open this door when they work together." "I see," Mo Huayuan said. His face revealed an expression of admiration, clearly very impressed by the construction method of this gate. Mei Dong-er's petite body trembled slightly. She stretched out her hand, and a beautiful, transparent jade appeared in her palm. Could this jade be the key? Ah! Aunt Jo cried out in shock. She rushed over and snatched the jade from Mei Dong-er's hands. She held it in her hands and looked at it carefully. Her body couldn't help but tremble violently. "This is a jade pendant that my mother left me," Mei Dong-er said. "She asked Granny what to bring it out from the Plum Valley. In the letter I left behind, it was said that when I'm of age, I'll take this jade pendant back to the Plum Valley. Could this be the key?" "Wanbai, what the hell are you doing?" Aunt Jo's face turned ferocious and she growled in a low voice. "You fooled everyone in the Plum Valley and indirectly killed my mother. You evil woman, what are you up to?" Everyone was stunned. It turned out that the so-called key had not been lost, but had been secretly sent out of the Plum Valley by Wanbai. Mei Dong-er couldn't help but ask, "But why? Why did my mother secretly take this jade pendant away at the cost of her life, but then ask me to return it in the future?" Aunt Jo slowly regained her excitement and said coldly, "Your mother has always been a weirdo. Who knows what she's thinking?" "Humph." Yunxiao's eyes were fixed on the beautiful jade as he pondered and said, "So that's how it is. That's the only way it makes sense." "What? Young Master Yun, what did you see?" Mei Dong-er asked anxiously. After knowing that the key was not lost, she was extremely shocked. She didn't understand why her mother was like this, even willing to sacrifice her own life. The reason was obviously not simple. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with a hint of pity as he said, "You really want to know?" "Of course," Mei Dong-er replied innocently. "Is there anything I can't know?" The rest of the people also felt a chill in their hearts, as if they had thought of something. Yunxiao pointed at the beautiful jade and said, "This jade pendant is called Mu Qianlingyu. It is a peerless divine jade. Its value is no less than that of the heavenly shine imperial gold. Moreover, it is a rare divine item in the world that can suppress the five righteous and strange." "Ah!" Mei Dong-er's entire body trembled. No matter how innocent or naive she was, she finally understood. She was completely stunned, and her beautiful big eyes were quickly soaked with tears. Tears streamed down her face, and she hugged her head and cried, "Wah! Woo woo woo, I understand now. So Mom stole the key to save me and was willing to die." Woo woo, although she had never seen her mother before and had imagined all sorts of scenes in her heart, she did not expect it to be this hidden story. When the infinite maternal love flowed through her body, making her feel extremely warm, she could not bear the love that was as heavy as a mountain. Aunt Jo also fell silent, her eyes filled with shock. She clenched the 1,000-spirit moon jade tightly in her hand and pursed her lips. Woo-woo! Mei Dong-er was the only one left in the entire space, hugging her head and crying. Everyone knew that there was no way to comfort her at this time, and they could only let her vent her emotions. Even though Ninth Aunt hated Wanbai to the core, she was moved by her feelings at this moment. The former enmity and old hatred seemed to have disappeared the moment the key returned. Meidong-er, Wanbai may have sinned, but she has already paid for it with her death. As for you, since you've returned the key, I'll allow you to enter the Mei family. You can also come to me for this 1,000-spirit moon jade at any time to suppress any discomfort in your body. Her decision was already very lenient. Li Feiyu couldn't help but nod his head. No need, Yunxiao said. His body would automatically heal once he entered adulthood. This is also the reason why Wanbai asked Dong-er to return the jade pendant after she has come of age. I see. The marriage between your mother and your father was greatly opposed by the family. Aunt Jo shook her head and sighed. My mother is too stubborn, and the clan rules are very strict. If that was not the case, Wanbai could have used her exceptional talent and her mother's love for her to negotiate with her. My guess is that she was worried that if the negotiation failed, Mother would be wary of her, and she wouldn't be able to get Mu Qianlingyu. That's why she sacrificed her life in exchange for your health. Woo-woo! Meidong-er was already unable to speak. Other than crying, she kept crying. She was completely in tears. Ninth Aunt, Yunxiao said, since we've found the key, why don't you open this gate and let us all see it? And let Dong-er pay respects to her parents. Meidong-er's body trembled, and only then did she stop crying. Her eyes swelled up like peaches in such a short time as she looked at the door, anxiously hoping to pass through. All right, Aunt Jo said, slightly worried. This door has not been opened since my mother passed away. She held the jade in her palm and gently separated her hands. A ray of light flowed out and the whole jade slowly rose up and flew to the front of the door under her chanting. Aunt Jo made a hand seal and a green light shot out of the jade tablet and into the door. The light gradually radiated from the door, forming the shape of snowflakes. The snowflakes slowly enlarged, and the edges and corners of the snowflakes began to rotate. A rumbling sound came from afar. It's been more than 10 years. I finally heard this voice again. Aunt Jo was so excited that she couldn't control herself. She stared at the door that had opened quietly without blinking, and a strange feeling floated out from inside. What a dense spiritual energy! What kind of space is this Wuxia river in? Such a dense spiritual energy fluctuation is no less than that of Yanwu. Yunxiao was shocked, and his eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. Boom! The door then opened completely, and a warm light flickered inside like a gem. Everyone, welcome to the Wuxia River. You're the first group of outsiders to visit the Wuxia River in the Mei family's thousands of years. Aunt Jo was overjoyed. Although it was inappropriate to bring outsiders in, it was difficult to suppress the joy in her heart. Moreover, she could not refuse the requests of everyone. Mother! Meidong-er shouted in grief and rushed in, crying. Everyone looked at each other, shook their heads and sighed. They followed Ninth Aunt in one by one. The scene in front of them immediately shocked everyone. The door was opened on a cliff, and in front of them was a sea of clouds. To be more precise, it was a sea of spiritual energy. Below them, the spiritual energy was flowing like a stream. Just looking at it was refreshing and indescribably comfortable. Heavens! Li Feiyu exclaimed in shock. How could it be possible in such an environment with such powerful spiritual qi? The Mei family has never heard of any peerless experts in the past thousands of years, but it's impossible that they couldn't be nurtured in such an environment. No? Yunxiao said with a frown. There seems to be a problem with this spirit qi. Aunt Jo was shocked, and her eyes were filled with shock. Young Master Yun, you're really amazing. You've discovered the situation so quickly. Her eyes were bitter as she said, the spiritual qi here contains something different. The ancestors of the Mei family have studied it for a long time before they found the root of it. There is a poison called shape in the spiritual qi. Shape? There are countless poisons in the world that can affect a cultivator's cultivation, but I've never heard of this poison. Could it be that none of the seniors have found a way to resolve this in the past thousands of years? Li Feiyu asked. Resolve it? Aunt Jo smiled bitterly. Young Master Li, This kind of red mist is the key to the Mei family's appraisal divine art. It is necessary to inhale a large amount of this poison in order for the members of the Mei family to be able to cultivate the divine art of identification. The ancestors speculated that the members of the Mei family were all women in the past, which should be related to this poison. The world is vast, and there are simply too many wondrous items. It's really impossible to tell if this Shayuan is good or bad. Mei Dong your parents sank into the river here, Aunt Jo said, pointing to a cliff. Mother, father, Mei Dong cried and knelt down. As she wailed, she only felt the sky turn dark. She fell directly onto the cliff and fainted. Mo Huayuan bent down to check and said, She's fine. She's just too emotional and fainted. No one would be able to hold back their grief after encountering such an incident. Li Feiyu sighed. Yun Xiao also sighed and asked Aunt Jo, Can I go down and try this wooding river? What? Young Master Yun, you're going down. You're not afraid? Aunt Jo was stunned. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that you'll only have girls in the future? Yun Xiao smiled. Of course, this is also a concern, Aunt Jo said, blushing. So be it. Yun Xiao laughed. I like it. He glanced at Li Feiyu and asked, Is young Master Li interested in going down and giving it a try? Where are Achuan and Huayuan? The three men's faces turned slightly pale as they hurriedly shook their heads and stepped back. Little Xuanzi also took a step back, fearing that Yun Xiao would pull him down with him. They were all disciples of great aristocratic families, and carrying on the family line was a very important matter. If they could only have girls, they would probably be killed by the elders of their families. Young Master Yun, I don't think you should go down either. I don't think there's anything to see. Mo Xiaochuan said awkwardly. He didn't want his master to have no children either. It's fine. You guys wait for me here. Yun Xiao turned and jumped into the river. Under the horrified eyes of the crowd, he soon disappeared. Mo Xiaochuan's face was slightly white as he said, Ninth Aunt, is there any danger down there? Aunt Jo shook her head and said, The structure of the spiritual qi here has been analyzed by our ancestors countless times. There's nothing else other than Shape. However, there's an extremely powerful poison of dusk at a depth of 500 meters. Even I don't dare to dive too deep. Once that thing accumulates to a certain extent, it will produce an extremely strong corrosive effect that the body can't withstand. Mo Xiaochuan did not reply. Instead, he sat down cross-legged on the cliff and began to wait. As soon as Yun Xiao fell into the river, he immediately felt a cold and indescribably comfortable feeling. This river water was basically formed from spiritual energy and was injected into the body. The demonic dragon's voice was heard. Could it be that you want to cultivate here and break through to the martial emperor realm? You don't even want to carry on the family line for the sake of your realm. Humph, it's just a mere poison. What can it do to me? Yun Xiao exercised the tyrant body tempering technique, and a layer of golden light immediately emerged around him, isolating him from the river and causing him to sink deeper and deeper. How are you going to cultivate by separating the spiritual liquid like this? The demonic dragon asked in confusion. Yun Xiao's eyes flickered as he snorted and said, Who said I'm going to cultivate? I was planning to make a trip back to Yanwu, but it looks like I don't need to. The demonic dragon was shocked. Could it be that you want to escape? A beam of light shot out of Yun Xiao's forehead, and the divine realm tablet grew to the size of half a man, sinking side by side with him. Yes, the spirit qi here is even more terrifying than that in Yanwu. Although it's poisonous, it's enough for me to repair this steel. After it's repaired and all of the spiritual qi inside the steel is expelled, there shouldn't be any Xiapi remnants left behind. Yun Xiao said thoughtfully, TSK, I thought you weren't afraid of having a girl. The demonic dragon said in disdain. It's none of your business whether I give birth to a boy or a girl. Yun Xiao snorted coldly. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you out and trap you in this indefinite river. You can try. The dragon's face flickered. With Yun Xiao's character, he might really do it. Anger appeared on his face, but he did not dare to say a word. Yun Xiao and the divine realm tablet had become one, and a vacuum was formed around them as he kept sending divine incantations into the tablet. Patterns of light emerged on the divine realm tablet, flashing one by one, with flowing lights revolving inside. Xianxia turned into a beam of light and shot directly into the divine realm tablet. The divine incantation characters appeared in the space inside the tablet, emitting a powerful rhythm and flickering rule power, making it impossible for anyone to grasp them. Ha! Xianxia cried out as he pointed his fingers in the air. With each point, he left behind afterimages and illusionary lights. Soon, a golden circular array was formed in front of him and spread out toward the boundless space. At this moment, in the indefinite river with the divine realm tablet as the center, a whirlpool began to form. A large amount of spiritual chi in liquid form spun directly and poured into the tablet. The light from the divine realm tablet became more and more brilliant, forming a peaceful glow around the whirlpool. On the cliff, Mo Xiaochuan, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked down in shock, as if he wanted to see through it, but he could not. Ninth Ant, is there really no danger in the Wooding River? Mo Xiaochuan couldn't help but ask again. For thousands of years, I've never heard of any danger, Aunt Jo said with a slight frown. However, you must not sink below 500 meters. Otherwise, the poison will be so strong that it will be difficult for powerhouses below the martial supreme realm to withstand it. 500 meters, huh? Mo Xiaochuan looked down. His divine sense was greatly disturbed in the Wooding River. He could see 500 meters ahead, but he could not see Xianxia. However, the river was vast and boundless, and he did not know if Xianxia had hidden somewhere else. He could not help but feel a little irritated. Big brother, don't worry. Young Master Yun will be fine. This kid is too mysterious, and you should know his ability better than me, so you should be more confident. Mo Huayuan consoled. But, this kid? Shut up. Mo Xiaochuan's face darkened. If you dare disrespect young Master Yun again, you'll have to scram back to the holy region. Mo Huayuan was taken aback, and then he smiled wryly. He was baffled by his elder brother's respect for Xianxia, which came from the bottom of his heart. Saint level? Aunt Jo and Li Feiyu were both shocked. Li Feiyu said, "Could this lord be from the sanctuary? I can't be considered someone from the sanctuary." Mo Huayuan replied indifferently, "I'm just cultivating in the sanctuary with my master." "Who is your master?" Li Feiyu asked. "My master's name is Yuan Gaohan," Mo Huayuan answered after a slight hesitation. Li Feiyu's heart skipped a beat as he asked in shock, "Lord Yuan Gaohan, who is in charge of the spiritual department of the holy region?" Mo Huayuan nodded slightly. "This buy-in." Li Feiyu and Aunt Jo were both shocked. One of the people following Xianxia was the disciple of the chief of the sacred division, while the other was a powerful martial emperor. Who the hell was this Li Xianxia? The two of them felt waves in their hearts, and it was difficult for them to calm down. In the divine realm tablet, Yuan Gaohan, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and said in surprise, "Eh? What is Li Xianxia doing with such a fluctuation of spirit chi?" He flew up and left a sentence. "Take good care of the divine fire on this purple cauldron." He turned into a ray of starlight and shot into the distance. Gu Yuesheng hurriedly sat in front of the purple cauldron and paid full attention to the golden light on the cauldron, for fear that something would change. At the same time, the people who were meditating at the foot of Mount Inch also sensed something and flew over. The demonic dragon had already manifested and was hovering around Xianxia, watching the spirit chi pouring in from all directions while lying dormant in the air. "Li Xianxia, you're trying to repair the divine realm tablet." Yuan Gaohan was the first to see the scene in front of him. It was as if the sky had collapsed and a flood had flooded the earth, turning the surroundings into a vast ocean. The refinement and repair of ordinary 1st to 9th tier profound artifacts all required the use of cauldrons. But this saint artifact's repair actually directly drew in the sea of spiritual energy, refining the heaven and earth. This was the second time Xianxia had done this. The first time, the divine realm tablet was intact, so it was obviously not as difficult as now. "Old Yuan, Help me control the Xianxia spirit-gathering array. Let's go. Yunxiao cried out, and the golden array in front of him turned in the air and fell toward Yuan Gaohan. Yuan Gaohan was shocked and did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly circulated his soul power to receive the light of the formation and carefully revolved it in front of him. It was this Xianxia spirit-gathering formation that sucked in the sea of spiritual energy. Yunxiao stretched out his long finger and drew strange symbols in the air, while a wisp of red light flowed along his fingertip. Soon, the shadow of a phoenix was drawn out by him and danced in the sky. The surrounding space began to change under Yunxiao's will. As they traveled 1,000 miles, the phoenix let out a long cry in the sky and flew down to the ground, instantly igniting all the spirit chi below and turning it into a sea of fire. An ancient territory array emerged from the ground, shining with a red flame that illuminated the entire sky. Yuan Gaohan swallowed his saliva, unable to contain his excitement, constantly muttering to himself. The ancient realmverse formation opened up the earth, water, fire, and wind. I can't believe I'm able to witness such a grand sight in my lifetime. My life has not been in vain. With a calm look on his face, Yunxiao changed the seal in his hand. Slowly, he held up a small piece of breathing earth in his palm, which shone with the light of earth essence. With a flip of his palm, he slapped it down, and the space flickered and changed again, revealing a barren land. Power of the earth territory, open. Wind territory power, activate. Under his control, the entire divine realm tablet began to shake. The three forces of territory appeared in red, yellow, and gray, faintly appearing in the sky. A large amount of water of spiritual energy that poured in began to be absorbed by the three forces, and they continued to grow. The spiritual chi that he was afraid of overflowing was actually completely empty all of a sudden. It was crazily devouring in the Wooding River, and he actually felt that it was not enough. Yuan Gaohan's expression changed drastically. The Xianxia spirit-gathering array that he was in charge of seemed to be on the verge of collapsing under such a rate of extraction. He gritted his teeth, no longer caring about his own safety, and poured all his strength into it. If the spirit-gathering array was destroyed, the supply of spirit chi would be cut off, and the plan to reopen the three territories would fail completely. He was an alchemist first and then the secretary of the sanctum. He could not allow such a rare failure in his life, or he would regret it for the rest of his life. Ah! Even if you die, you must hold on. Yuan Gaohan roared, and the power of starlight on his body began to dissipate. In the turbulent divine realm tablet, he seemed to be in danger. However, the Xianxia spirit-gathering formation also started to stabilize under his efforts. Spiritual chi was continuously absorbed into the three territories and gradually expanded. The hundreds of golden tadpole-like characters of the great realm divine technique dissipated in the air, turning into beams of light that shot out in all directions. Every beam of light that pierced through the sky was like a law that had been driven into the world, shocking Yunxiao. These powers, these rules, are they the components of the power of heaven and earth that constructed the divine realm tablet? Every time a character turned into a light and scattered in the air, his heart would be shocked once. It was as if there was a rule attached to him, and his understanding and comprehension of the divine realm tablet kept improving. The demonic dragon was also shocked by the magnificent scenery in front of him. There's such a spectacular sight just by repairing the damage. Who created this divine realm tablet in the past? What kind of world-opening creation was it? As time passed, the supply of spirit chi began to slowly keep up with the consumption. Yuan Gaohan heaved a heavy sigh of relief, but his whole body had become unstable, as if it would disappear at any time. He wanted to ask Gu Yuexing to help him for a while, but he was still worried. He took out a starlight stone and absorbed the energy while barely holding on. After the hundreds of characters of the great realm divine technique disappeared in the sky, Yunxiao closed his eyes and began to sit cross-legged in the air. He put his left hand above his dantian and raised his right hand to form an incantation gesture, as if he had entered a wonderful state. With the opening of the three major territories, the divine realm tablet's restoration began to operate on its own. As long as there was enough spirit chi, It was only a matter of time before it was restored. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes, and his aura was completely different. He put down his right hand and let out a light breath. A ray of light appeared on his body and spread out with his body as the center. The dragon, who had been lying dormant in the sky, opened its eyes and looked at Xianxia. I thought you'd comprehended some profound technique, but you've only broken through to the martial emperor realm. How disappointing. Take a look at the spiritual energy in the sky. It seems that the poison of the Dusk Phoenix is getting stronger and stronger. Humph! Just a martial emperor? Xianxia snorted lightly as he felt the power surging in his body. Not only had he broken through to the martial emperor realm, but more importantly, his understanding of the divine realm tablet had deepened, especially the power of the laws of heaven and earth contained in the golden tadpole-like characters, which had made him take a qualitative leap. His figure flickered and appeared beside Yuan Gaohan. He helped him down and said, "Old Yuan, you've worked hard." He drew a symbol in the air with his long finger, and Yuan Gaohan's weak body was wrapped in a light and sent directly into a formation in Mount Inch. The formation was surrounded by starlight stones, which were also the place where Yuan Gaohan usually absorbed star power to cultivate. Yuan Gaohan had long been completely unaware of it and was on the verge of death. The moment he entered the formation, the surrounding starlight stones were instantly drawn out by the formation's power and poured into his body. After doing all that, Xianxia appeared in the air in the next moment. With a wave of his hand, 3 streams of territory power dissipated in the air and sank into the ground. A water ball slowly condensed in front of him, exuding wisps of spirit chi. Xianxia put his finger into it and felt it. A moment later, his finger turned golden, and a layer of faint powder appeared on it. Yes, it's indeed much more poisonous than before, but the spiritual energy is also more abundant. This item was able to prevent the Mei family from producing a top-notch expert for so many years, but it also contained the power of appraisal. However, it's indeed very corrosive. Even my initial stage inextinguishable golden body is starting to be corroded. He looked at his fingertips and gently blew out a breath, blowing away the fine powder. He muttered, "It seems that it will take some time to repair the Divine Realm tablet, but if it's filled with this poison, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to remove it completely. Why don't we forget about it? I'll slowly repair it after I return to Yanwu." After making up his mind, Xianxia waved his hand, and the Xianxia spirit gathering array disappeared immediately. The spirit chi between heaven and earth that had been liquefied like a flood began to slowly stop flowing in. He began to send a voice transmission to the few people in the Divine Realm tablet about the poison in the spirit chi. Duanyu kept yelling and cursing, and the others were also shocked. They isolated themselves from the spirit chi in the outside world and had been cultivating with primordial stones for a long time. Boom! Suddenly, the entire space shook, as if the Divine Realm tablet had hit something outside. Xiao's pupils constricted. In a flash, he appeared outside Universe God North and pushed away the water pressure around him, only to find that the pressure was so unimaginably great that he could not even open the vacuum with his strength as a martial emperor. Helplessly, he could only activate his imperishable golden body to prevent the poison from entering his body. In the future, it didn't matter if they had a boy or a girl. If they couldn't enter the peak of martial Dao after being poisoned, then they would really cry without tears. This is a Xianxia. He was shocked by the scene in front of him. It turned out that the Divine Realm tablet was sinking continuously in the indefinite river and had already sunk to the bottom of the river. It collided with a huge stone tablet which caused the previous vibration. The stone tablet was not an ordinary object either. After the collision, flowing spots flickered on it, as if there was a restriction. Xianxia put the Divine Realm tablet back into his glabella, and at the same time he shot out a stream of astral wind, which flowed closely on his skin. His initial state of the indestructible golden body could no longer withstand the corrosion of the poison at the bottom of the river, and his golden color had long faded. Only when the astral wind rose did he feel slightly more relaxed. Xianxia walked up and stared at the stone tablet, on which 4 big words were flashing. The winding river led to ethereal opening. What's the meaning of this? Xiao looked around the steel for a long time, but he did not find anything strange. I don't know what the winding road to secrecy means, but this stone tablet is a rare and precious material. It seems to be made of the legendary material, the Xianxia. He muttered to himself for a moment, then made up his mind and said, "Dig it out first." Xiao did as he was told. The pressure at the bottom of the river was nothing, but the corrosive poison was too strong. He had only taken a few steps when he felt that the primordial astral wind could no longer hold on. "The dynasty bell!" Xiao cried out softly. His body was as big as a bell, sending out sound waves to push away the spirit liquid around him before he could move forward with great difficulty. Yes, that's Xing Luo. His pupils shrank. Near the stone tablet, there was a slight light. He looked over and saw that it was a ring. There were traces of people coming here. Could it be a swan and eye? Xiao reached out his hand, his fingers turning golden as he clenched his claw and pulled the ring over with his primordial energy. Could this be the relic of Mei Donger's parents? He looked around and saw that everything else had been corroded. I don't care anymore. I'll take a look at it when I get up there. I'll take this monument away first. It's definitely something good. He put away the ring and tried his best to move over. Without a word, he hugged the stone tablet and started to pull it out with all his might. His current physical strength was enough to contend with a one-star martial supreme. He put his 5 fingers together, grabbed the stone tablet, and pulled it up with all his strength. Suddenly, an unparalleled force rushed out of the steel, emitting a misty light at the bottom of the river, and rushed into Xiao's body, shaking him away. Several beams of white light burst out of Xiao's body, which was the light of bright moon divine body. Under the tremendous pressure of the water, he was forced to retreat. What's going on? Xiao's heart trembled violently. The force just now came from the earth under his feet and was transmitted out through the steel. Not only that, but it also seemed to have touched some powerful seal, causing a terrible power fluctuation to come from the entire earth under his feet. The steel seemed to be activated at that moment, and Xiao's heart trembled. What exactly is under the monument? The rotten and dull feeling seemed to come from the land of death, making people feel a chill in their hearts. Even someone as strong as Xiao felt an inexplicable panic, and his face changed drastically. Not good, retreat first. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. The power was so strong that he could not resist it. It was as if an indescribable danger was approaching, as if the gates of hell were opening. Xiao took a deep breath, and with the bright moon divine light flowing around his body, he released all his primordial qi. He even took out the northern heaven cold star sword to split the water and swam upward desperately. The terrifying power below was like a lion that was gradually awakening, causing the entire river to become restless. At this moment, in a place tens of thousands of miles away, a light blue aura was rising from a blue lake. The lake was deathly silent, not even the chirping of birds or insects. It gave off a strange sense of peace, and the air was oppressive and decaying. In the middle of the lake, a small black dot could be seen in the distance. It was emitting a restless aura. Someone was actually cultivating. The person had delicate features and a handsome appearance. He was a young man. At this moment, he was frowning, as if he felt a strange feeling that made him extremely uncomfortable. What's wrong? Above the 9 springs is the place where the world's 5 poisons gather. I don't know which scattered space it came from, but it seems like there's something wrong with the river on the left. The young man muttered to himself with a frown. Should we tell Wei Qing about this? He said that this is a land of death and that there will only be poison here. It seems that he doesn't know about this. Forget it. Even if there's any movement, it's probably something happening in some unknown space. As long as it doesn't affect my heaven-earth poison body, there's no need to worry about it. After the young man made up his mind, he continued to cultivate. A ray of light rose from his body, revealing a 5-colored poisonous light. It spread out on the lake's surface, making people stand up without feeling cold. In the indefinite river, Xiao used all his strength to rush up. It was only after 10 minutes that he felt the pressure getting smaller and smaller, and the sense of horror gradually faded away. He looked down with lingering fear. It was as if there was some terrifying monster lurking below that was gradually getting further away. The world is so big that it is not easy for us to see everything. After a moment of emotion, Xianxia's heart gradually rose to the surface. Young Master Yun. The people on the shore had been waiting for a long time. When they saw him come ashore, they were relieved. Mo Xiaochuan's pupils contracted as he exclaimed in surprise, "Young Master Yun, you've only gone down for a day and a night, and you've actually broken through a major realm. No wonder you're unwilling to come up." It was only then that the crowd discovered that Yunxiao's cultivation base had crossed the realm of Martial Emperor, and they were all shocked. Li Feiyu's eyes were filled with doubt. He had always thought that Yunxiao had suppressed his cultivation base, and even though he had not found anything unusual in the battle with Aunt Jiu, he did not think that the other party was only a martial grandmaster. Now, his brows were furrowed even deeper, and he was still full of doubts. "A little," Yunxiao laughed. "I got a little something." At this moment, Mei Dong'er had woken up. She was staring at the river in a daze, as if she had lost her soul. She did not even notice that Yunxiao had come up. "Dong'er, I found a ring down there," Yunxiao sighed. "It's very likely to be left behind by your parents." He took out that ring and it flickered in his hand. It had already been corroded badly, which showed that it was definitely a treasure-like existence back then. Otherwise, it would have been turned into ashes. "What?" Aunt Jo's expression changed drastically as she exclaimed, "Young Master Yun, did you dive into the river? But this is impossible." "Hee," Yunxiao said vaguely. "Luck. Luck." He did not say if he had dived into the river, which made Aunt Jo feel depressed. "A relic!" Mei Dong'er let out a sharp cry and went forward to snatch it. She held it in her hand and looked at it, heartbroken. "Young Master Yun, I have a favor to ask. Currently, the inter-province transportation formation in Yufeng City is under intense repair. I hope that this Grandmaster will be able to go and lend a hand." He was referring to Mo Huayuan, who had made such a request after learning the other party's identity. However, Mo Huayuan's answer surprised him. Even an 8th-tier alchemist had to listen to Yunxiao's opinion. Yunxiao frowned and said, "Oh? How's the teleportation formation's restoration coming along? Does Brother Li know the situation?" "It's extremely difficult to repair the inter-province teleportation formation," said Li Feiyu with a wry smile. "Almost all the alchemists in Yufeng City have gone to help. I didn't expect young Master Yun to have such a master hidden by his side. If Grandmaster was willing to go and help, I'm sure the repair would have been completed long ago." Since Mo Huayuan was Yuan Gaohan's disciple, his cultivation naturally wouldn't be low. This was also the reason why Li Feiyu had chosen him. "I'll definitely help," Yunxiao said. "Huayuan, can you come with me?" he asked. "I'll naturally go since young Master Yun has given me an order," Mo Huayuan hurriedly replied. Yunxiao was a little uncomfortable with his humility, but when he looked at Mo Xiaochuan, the latter felt that it was very natural, as if it was only natural. Yunxiao gave Mei Dong'er a worried look, and Aunt Jo quickly said, "Leave Mei Dong'er to me." Without time to wash away this kind of thing, who can soothe the pain in their hearts? "Well, that's good. I'll leave it to you, 9th Aunt." Yunxiao glanced at Mei Dong'er and sighed. "Take care." Many years had passed since they left, and it would be a few years before they met again. Mei Dong'er said goodbye to Yunxiao in a daze, but she just stared at the ring in her hand, not knowing when she would be able to walk out of her grief. Aunt Jo sighed as well, but she had already taken the key and settled the biggest problem in her heart. She was afraid that Mei Dong'er would take things too hard, so she had specially ordered experts to guard her in the dark. She was not afraid that Mei Dong'er would do something stupid and die, but she was afraid that Yunxiao would come and cause trouble for her after she died. As for Wang Die's death, she had also begun to make arrangements in secret. She spread the news that it was Yunxiao's doing, hoping to draw a clear line between him and the Plum Valley, but Yunxiao naturally did not care. After Yunxiao and the others left the valley, They headed toward the teleportation array under Li Feiyu's lead. Both of them were quite anxious, for fear of missing the time. Although the path in the Plum Valley was difficult to find, after leaving the valley, they headed north. After flying for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, they saw several black spots speeding towards them. There were a total of 10 people, and each of them was a martial honor. They were all familiar faces. Everyone, "What's the matter?" When Xiao saw the 10 people surrounding them, and all of them were from the trading convention, he immediately understood what was going on. So he asked, "Could it be that you can't bear to see us leave and miss us?" "Humph. It's true that I miss you. Where's your master?" The person who snorted coldly was Bai Xiu. Seeing that the gored little King Kong was gone, he frowned and said, "Don't tell me he's still in the Plum Valley?" Another revered martial artist said, "What's the point of talking nonsense with them? We'll ask after we've captured them. Send 2 people to keep an eye on the Plum Valley, in case that young Master Yun escapes." Not bad. This myriad treasure tower's 4 prodigies of the north also has a lot of treasures. Another martial honor revealed a greedy look. Li Feiyu was speechless. He then kindly said, "Everyone, we're in a hurry to repair the teleportation array. Please step aside. Don't ask for trouble." Build a teleportation formation? What does it have to do with us? You can leave after you leave all your treasures behind. I don't know, Bai Xiu said coldly. Otherwise, I'll only be able to see if the legendary 4 prodigies of the north are really as powerful as the rumors say. Powerful my ass. If not for the myriad treasure tower's support, this brat wouldn't be a fart. Lu Feng said with disdain. Li Feiyu thought to himself, as expected, if you don't seek death, you won't die. They still haven't realized that there's a martial emperor among us. Even if all of us attack together, we won't be able to take them on. You know I'm from the myriad treasure store, and you still dare to attack me? He sighed. He still had a glimmer of hope that these people would back off. Bah! Didn't you hear what I just said? If there wasn't myriad treasure store, you would just be a pile of shit. What are you pretending for in front of us? Lu Feng seemed to be extremely displeased with him and spat out a mouthful of saliva. Ha ha ha! Ha ha! Xiao laughed and said, "Brother Li, people are strange sometimes. You're clearly being nice to them, yet they still want to insult and slander you. This kind of person is not worth saving." Xiaochuan, finish this quickly. His eyes turned cold. 10 breaths. Mo Xiaochuan smiled casually. He did not even need to use any martial arts techniques. He drew a ray of light with his fingertip and it flashed through the air. The ray of light instantly transformed into 10 rays of sword chi that shot out with the force of a thunderbolt. Before the crowd could understand what was going on, they were all slashed apart and killed. With a wave of his hand, Xiao immediately took the storage rings left by the 10 men in the air and said, "No need to thank me." Li Feiyu's heart turned cold as he watched. Although he had killed many people before, those were all minor characters whose strength was far inferior to his own. A martial supreme like him had been killed 10 times in a single move. It was truly difficult to accept. However, the difference between a martial honor and a martial emperor was like heaven and earth. Li Feiyu said dejectedly, "Let's go," he said. Xiao, Mo Xiaochuan, Mo Huayuan, Little Xuanzi, and Li Feiyu turned into streams of light and flew toward the important land of Yufeng City. The teleportation formation was located outside the city and was heavily guarded by powerful martial artists. "Who is in front of you? Quickly stop, or don't blame me for being impolite," a martial emperor shouted. Suddenly, his face changed and he said in shock, "Not good. There's an expert inside. Don't panic, everyone. I'm Li Feiyu of Myriad Treasure Store. I've specially invited an alchemy master to help repair the teleportation array. Quickly call out the person in charge." The few of them stood in the air, immediately causing everyone to panic. The guard was about to go in and report when he heard Yang Ping's loud laughter. "Haha, I wonder where young Master Li has invited this great alchemist from? I've already collected all the alchemy masters in this city. Is he a newcomer?" When the guard heard Yang Ping's voice, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Even if the sky collapsed, there would be someone to hold it up. Yang Ping's gaze swept across the group. When he saw Mo Xiaochuan and Mo Huayuan, his pupils constricted and his heart trembled. These two people gave him an extremely powerful aura and energy fluctuations, and they were two completely different types of energy. Mo Huayuan's aura was that of an alchemist, and he was very familiar with it. As for Mo Xiaochuan, he said in horror, "This lord, is he Xianxia? These two are young Master Yun's friends," Li Feiyu said. He pointed at Mo Huayuan and said, "This is Master Mo Huayuan, the disciple of Lord Yuan Gaohan, the secretary of the spiritual division of the Holy Region. As for this Yu," he glanced at Mo Xiaochuan and wanted to introduce him, but he realized that he did not know this person's identity and only knew that he was Mo Xiaochuan's older brother. "Lord Yang, stop being so long-winded and quickly bring this master to the array. The disciple of the secretary of the sanctuary division." This name was too big, and it gave Yang Ping a fright. Cold sweat trickled down his back, and he didn't dare to ask any more questions. He hurriedly led the way. The group passed through several corridors and arrived at a spacious open space. Many people were busy with their own work. In the middle was a huge teleportation array, which was under intense repair. It seemed to be more than half done. "Lord Yang," Yun Xiao asked, "what's the current situation?" Yang Ping was taken aback, and his face revealed slight displeasure. He thought to himself that this servant was actually talking to him without any respect for status. However, when he thought about how these people could not be offended, he could only endure his displeasure and said, "There are still some key points that we can't crack, but with Master Mo here, it's not a problem." Mo Huayuan frowned. "I've never built an inter-province transportation formation myself. Let me take a look. I hope it works." Yang Ping laughed. "Master Mo, don't be too humble. If you can't even repair this place, why do you have to go to the Sacred Zone or the Sea of Soul formation to invite people here?" Mo Xiaochuan laughed nonchalantly. "Don't worry. Young Master Yun is here. You can ask him if you have any questions." Everyone felt dizzy after hearing this. If it was asking, they might be able to accept it, but asking for guidance was a little too serious. To everyone's surprise, Mo Huayuan actually nodded his head and said, "That's right. Young Master Yun's Dao is much stronger than mine. Let me take a look first. If I can't solve it, I'm afraid I'll have to ask young Master Yun to take action." Yang Ping's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he said awkwardly, "That young Master Yun is an alchemy master? Why don't I see him?" "This is young Master Yun," Li Feiyu explained with a smile. "The puppet you saw at the trade fair yesterday was just one of his puppets." "Ah!" Yang Ping jumped in shock. He was secretly glad that he didn't show any impatience just now. Otherwise, he would have offended this person. Yun Xiao turned around and smiled. "I'm sorry about yesterday. I couldn't show my face to others. Please forgive me, Lord Yang." "You're too kind, young Master Yun," Yang Ping said with a wry smile. "I'm already very grateful that you're willing to help us repair the teleportation formation." These words were only said to powerful people. If it was an ordinary person who was found out to be hiding his true appearance, he would have already used his fist to teach the other party an unforgettable lesson. Yang Ping walked into the formation and began to discuss with the group of alchemists who were repairing the formation, occasionally casting his gaze at them. Very quickly, an old man with a face full of stubble led the group forward. He stared at Mo Huayuan and said, "Greetings, Master Mo." The people behind him also knelt down. "You also have an 8th rank aura," Mo Huayuan replied. "We're both of the same rank, so there's no need to be so polite." "I'm just an itinerant cultivator," the alchemist said. "How can I be compared with Master Yuan's disciple?" Back then, I was fortunate enough to listen to Master Yuan's lecture in the Holy Region, and I really benefited a lot from it. "Oh, you've also listened to teacher's lecture? Then we can address each other as fellow sect members." Mo Huayuan's interest was piqued, and he was about to talk to the man in detail when Yun Xiao coughed heavily and said, "Repairing the formation is more important." He was afraid that the two of them would have an endless conversation and delay his trip. A look of extreme displeasure flashed across the alchemist's face. As an 8th-tier alchemist, his status was extremely noble, and no one dared to interrupt him when he was talking. Just as he was about to flare up, Mo Huayuan pulled him back and hurriedly said, "Let's talk business. Let's talk business first." "Humph, is that person a junior from Master Mo's family? Children can't be too pampered, Ying." The two of them had gone far away, but the alchemist's angry voice could still be heard. Mo Xiaochuan flew into a rage and was about to rush over to vent his anger, but Yun Xiao glared at him, so he backed away. Yang Ping made an inviting gesture and said, "Young Master Yun, everyone, please follow me to the main hall to rest. It's too noisy here." He now roughly understood that this group of people was led by Yun Xiao, and he was even more interested in Yun Xiao's identity. Along the way, he secretly hinted to Li Feiyu to reveal Yun Xiao's identity, but Li Feiyu kept shaking his head with a wry smile. Yang Ping was extremely unhappy and made an unkind gesture. Li Feiyu dejectedly made a gesture of, "I really don't know." Yang Ping immediately glared at him and made a gesture of, "I really don't know," causing Li Feiyu to be completely depressed. "Young Master Yun, may I know where you are going?" Yang Ping asked enthusiastically. He thought to himself that since Li Feiyu was not willing to tell him, he would ask him himself. "Let's go, Brother Li," Yun Xiao said with a smile. "Let's go." Yang Ping shot Li Feiyu a disdainful look, as if to say that he didn't know anything even though they were going the same way. This time, Li Feiyu was truly taken aback. He asked, "Young Master Yun, you're going to Songhua City? I heard that the 2 meetings of the Merchant Union will be held in a few days." Yun Xiao said, "We're going to see the world. Are you not welcome, Brother Li? Then I'll look around by myself, and I won't tell anyone that I know Brother Li, so as not to embarrass Brother Li." "Please don't make fun of me, young Master Yun," Li Feiyu said with a wry smile. "I'll naturally welcome young Master Yun if he's willing to go. But is young Master Yun really just going for a tour? Or do you have other plans?" He emphasized the last 4 words, and his eyes turned cold. "Oh, Brother Li seems to be afraid that I have ulterior motives. I indeed have my own purpose in going to Songhua City, but it has nothing to do with the Myriad Treasure Tower. Furthermore, I also have a few friends in the Myriad Treasure Tower." Yun Xiao smiled indifferently. "That's good. I don't want to have a conflict with young Master Yun either," Li Feiyu replied. "However, if a conflict really does arise, I won't show any mercy." He had changed from his gentle and refined appearance to a domineering one. It was as if he was no longer afraid of the martial Emperor Mo Xiaochuan. "Haha! The 2 of you are young talents. Why are you all so tense? Everyone, please be happy. With Master Mo's help, the teleportation array should be repaired very quickly. I don't know when we will meet again in Yufeng City." Yang Ping sighed. "Let me toast the 2 of you with a cup of spiritual wine. I'm afraid that the next time we meet, the 2 of you will already be at the peak of martial arts. We won't have any more interactions." "You're too serious, Lord Yang," Yun Xiao said with a smile. "You're too kind." The 3 of them slowly savored the wine and began to chat. Yun Xiao's knowledge shocked both of them, which was by no means something a teenager should have. Soon they had a good chat. After the time it took to finish a few cups of tea, Mo Huayuan and the 8th-tier alchemist arrived. "What?" Yang Ping was overjoyed. "Could it be that it has been completely repaired?" The 8th-tier alchemist shook his head. "I've made great progress with Master Mo's help, but I'm still blocked by a barrier." Master Mo said that he would like to consult Yun Xianxia. He deliberately lengthened the last 2 words to show his dissatisfaction and disdain. If not for Mo Huayuan's impressive performance, he would have thought that these people were scammers. Mo Xiaochuan could hear the sarcasm in his words and sneered. "How can a frog at the bottom of a well know the vast ocean and vast sky? I'm a frog in the well? Ha ha ha." The 8th-tier alchemy master laughed out loud and said, "When I was cultivating in the holy region and the sea of soul formation, you 2 were still nowhere to be found. How dare you call me a frog at the bottom of a well?" Although he could tell that Mo Xiaochuan was extraordinary, for alchemists like him, unless they were alchemists who were more powerful than themselves, They would not be defeated even if they were martial sovereigns. Xiao naturally knew the temperament of these alchemists, so he did not take it seriously. Huayuan, with your strength, there shouldn't be any problems. Young Master Yun, Mo Huayuan said with a grave expression. Not only has the formation disk been damaged, but the spatial tunnel seems to have been severely damaged as well. Even if the formation plate is repaired, we might not be able to pass through smoothly. The risk is huge. The passage is destroyed? Xiao asked in surprise. The passage is destroyed? If it's just a fight for the teleportation order, at most it'll destroy the formation plate. Don't tell me. Young Master Yun, are you saying that someone deliberately destroyed the passage? Li Feiyu asked in surprise. Yes, that's very likely. We don't know the extent of the damage though. Let's go and take a look. Xiao also looked worried. If the passage was completely destroyed, they would be in trouble. Take a look? Don't tell me you're able to measure the area of damage. The 8th tier alchemy master said with a strange expression and widened eyes. I can't, Xiao said indifferently. I can only repair all the damaged parts. Ah! The 8th tier alchemist opened his mouth wide. Mo Huayuan's heart jolted. The technique to repair a spatial passageway was far more difficult than a simple array disk. Moreover, the greatest danger was the risk of being drawn into spatial turbulence at any time. Although Xiao had barely defeated him by chance and tricks, he did not think that the latter had the strength to directly repair the passage. The passage behind the formation plate is almost impassable. It's extremely dangerous, he warned out of goodwill. Mo Xiaochuan glanced at the 8th tier alchemist contemptuously and said with a sneer, Open your eyes wide and watch, you frog in the well. Then, he glared at Mo Huayuan and said, And you, your vision is too low. You'll never climb to the peak. Although he did not know anything about the art of magic, his master was the only person in the world who could defeat the great alchemist of the demon race. If even he could not do anything, then the teleportation array would be completely doomed. Mo Huayuan seemed like he wanted to say something, but he stopped himself after moving his lips. The 8th tier alchemist said angrily, Master Mo, let's just wait and watch a good show, humph. Li Feiyu was also suspicious. Could it be that Xiao's strength was above the 8th tier? This thought gave him a fright and he quickly followed. The people around the teleportation formation had stopped talking long ago and were all discussing among themselves. When they saw the crowd, they immediately stopped talking and revealed looks of respect. It was obvious that Mo Huayuan's strength had gained everyone's respect and affirmation. Xiao walked straight into the array, bent down, and put his hand in the eye of the array to sense it. Behind the array I was an unknown void. His divine sense instantly radiated tens of thousands of miles away, but he couldn't sense any connecting passage. It was destroyed so thoroughly. It's definitely not an ordinary accident. Li Feiyu's expression changed drastically, and anger appeared on his face. I thought it was strange. There's indeed a reason behind this. Young Master Yun, can you repair it? He was losing his cool. Xiao did the same as he said in a deep voice. I've tried, but I have to enter the void to find the broken path. How dangerous is it to enter the void? Mo Xiaochuan exclaimed. Why don't you let me do it? Xiao shook his head. You don't know the way. Besides, the risk is not as serious as you think. I have my own way. He placed his hand on the array eye, and an extremely powerful soul power flowed from his hand into the array. He then sat cross-legged and paid no attention to the outside world. Mo Huayuan's pupils contracted as an inexplicable emotion welled up in his heart. He seemed to have sensed something. Lord Yangping, this place has been turned into a forbidden land for the time being. No one is allowed to come close. Otherwise, we'll kill without mercy. Mo Xiaochuan said in a serious tone. Of course. Yangping's heart trembled. He hurriedly began to disperse the crowd. Some warriors were easy to deal with, but many alchemists were reluctant. Didn't he say he was going to connect the passage in the void? The 8th tier alchemist said angrily. Why are you still sitting here? Didn't you say that you wanted me to take a good look? Why is there no more? Mo Xiaochuan pointed at him and said, The rest of you can leave. You can stay. I'll let you watch carefully today. Otherwise, you'll be speechless. The 8th-tier alchemist was exasperated, and he snorted coldly and said, I'll see how she embarrasses herself today. Big brother, Mo Huayuan said solemnly. Can you tell me what technique young Master Yun is using? Mo Xiaochuan shook his head. I don't know either, but you don't look too good. This technique is extremely similar to one of my master's divine powers. Mo Huayuan replied. Mo Xiaochuan smiled wryly and did not say anything. He thought to himself, your master is still in my master's transcendent artifact. However, he could not say this out loud. Huayuan, although I don't understand the art of sorcery, all the techniques in the world are connected. You may have achieved a certain level of success, but you must not be arrogant. Take martial arts as an example. Stepping into the martial emperor realm is just the beginning. I'll remember your teachings, big brother. Mo Huayuan's heart trembled. This time, the 8th-tier alchemist also fell silent, as if he agreed with Mo Xiaochuan. Everyone sat down and waited quietly beside Yunxiao, as they had run out of good ideas. Yang Ping ordered a large number of experts to seal off the surroundings so that not even a mosquito could fly in. What Yunxiao used was Starlight Soul Body. He condensed a stream of soul power outside his body and sent it into the void. Holding the Divine Realm tablet in his hand, the soul shuttled through the endless night. There was only an endless night in the void, with no end in sight. Yunxiao did not know how long he had been walking in this way, but suddenly, a large amount of spatial disturbances appeared in front of him, with different laws and floating chaos. So the point of destruction was here. Who did it? It actually drifted so far away. It seems that it will take some time, Yunxiao said to himself. He stepped on the Divine Realm tablet and was about to start repairing it when an extremely sharp light suddenly struck at him. Shocked, Yunxiao hurriedly dodged to the side as he stared into the void and shouted, Who is it? You're actually hiding in this void. You must have deliberately destroyed this passage. Tisk tsk, you're so smart. However, no matter how smart he can't be as smart as my young master. 7 figures slowly emerged from the void, and one of them sighed with emotion. At that time, young master said that the 7 of us were to stay here to guard the passage in case someone repaired it. At that time, I was very disdainful and thought it was unnecessary. At this moment, it was indeed necessary. I have to admire my young master's intelligence and wisdom. Yunxiao's eyes swept over the 7 people one by one as he chuckled and said, I think your young master is really stupid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent the 7 of you to your deaths. What a joke. Judging from your aura, you're just a 3rd-tier alchemist. Do you really think you can kill the 7 of us? The person in the lead only felt that it was funny. Don't talk nonsense with him, another man said. These alchemists are all out of their minds. They are so arrogant and arrogant. I've suffered a lot from these people. Let me kill this man to calm down. I've been in this void for so long, and I'm bored to death. It's not easy to have something fun. So how can I let you enjoy it alone? If you want to go, let's go together. Another person shouted as if he had seen meat and began to distribute it. Yunxiao was not in a hurry, so he watched them struggle coldly. Among the 7, except for one who had the cultivation base of a martial honor, the others were all martial emperors. I'm curious who the young master you are talking about is? Why would a dying man know so much? One of them snorted coldly. You can't even tell someone who's about to die? Yunxiao laughed. You can't tell me? Don't be so cruel, okay? Not good. An ant should have the consciousness of an ant's misery. The man sneered. The martial venerable snorted. Stop fighting. He's just an ant. I can kill him with one move. He's not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. If you don't want to go, I'll go. Don't. Let us have some fun. The other 6 people said almost in unison as they rushed forward. Since I can't get anything out of you, Yunxiao said, I'll give you an eternal rest. He pointed a beam of light at his feet, and the Divine Realm tablet immediately shone with a bright light and flew forward. 3 people flew out of the light. Yunxiao smiled and said, It's been a long time since I let you out to get some fresh air. You can move your muscles and bones. The three of them stood in a row. They were Duanyu, Yu, and Dark Thunder. The aura they exuded startled the 6 men, and then they were shocked. What's going on? Where did these 2 people and 1 beast come from? Not good. They're almost at the peak of the martial emperor realm. Try to keep them alive, Xianxia said. I have something to ask. Don't worry. As long as that revered martial artist doesn't interfere, these people won't be a problem. Haha. Duanyu burst into laughter and said heroically, Old Yu, how many of them will you deal with? Yu snorted lightly. They're just a motley crew. Whatever. The 2 of them had stayed in the Divine Realm tablet for too long and had already broken through to the peak of the Martial Emperor realm. In addition to the Dark Thunder, there were a total of 3 experts at the peak of the Martial Venerable realm, which shocked 6 people. Impudent. With this old master here, how can you be so arrogant? The martial honor was also shocked, but fortunately, they were only martial honors and were still within his control. Dear, your opponent is here. Although Yunxiao's voice was gentle, it rang in his ear like a talisman of death. Then, the martial honor expert saw a puppet that emitted the aura of a peak martial honor appear in front of him. His heart immediately sank to the bottom and became cold. Go! Yunxiao snapped his fingers, and the Calabash King Kong, Duanyu, and the others rushed forward heroically. The 7 enemies fell into despair, and it was a one-sided slaughter. In just a few breaths, 3 of the 7 were dead and 4 were seriously injured. The Martial Venerable was also brought forward by the gored little King Kong. Duanyu shouted that it was boring and that his opponent was too simple, so he brought Yu and Dark Thunder back to the Divine Realm tablet. All right, can you all tell me who this young master you're talking about is? All the meridians in the revered martial artist's body had been broken, and he was almost paralyzed. He groaned, Kill! Just kill me. Young master will definitely avenge me. Yunxiao shook his head and sighed. I hate tough people the most when I'm interrogating them. Besides, you're all just pretending to be tough. Yunxiao pointed a finger at the revered martial artist, and 2 sword beams immediately shot out. With a miserable scream, the revered martial artist's arms were separated from his body and flew into the endless night. The faces of the other 3 who had not died all changed. They were not afraid of death. To be able to walk on the martial path until now, which one of them did not take life and death lightly. However, a warrior could be killed but not humiliated. It was very difficult for them to die from humiliation. Just kill us. If you're also a martial artist, then please give us the dignity that martial artists deserve. The dignity of a warrior? Yunxiao sneered. Then please do your part as the loser. The responsibility of the loser? Everyone was confused and frowned. That's right. It's the responsibility of the loser, Yunxiao said. Tell me everything I need to know first, or don't talk to me about the dignity of a warrior. The 4 of them trembled, and the martial venerable said in horror, No, I can't say. I said that young master won't let us go. It's fine if you die, but don't drag our family down with you. Sigh, life and death are both difficult. Then I'll have to torture you slowly. Yunxiao sighed. The 4 men trembled. When they looked up at Yunxiao in fear, they saw a pair of blood-red crescent eyes. At the place where the teleportation grand array was being repaired, everyone was already somewhat impatient from waiting. The 8th-tier alchemist frowned and said, Is he really repairing the formation? What was the point of sitting there knowing that the space passage had broken in the void? He's just pretending to be a ghost. His thoughts were shared by everyone except Mo Xiaochuan. Shut up, you frog in the well, Mo Xiaochuan said coldly. If this kind of blame and suspicion fell on him, he could just laugh it off and not mind at all. However, he could not tolerate anyone who was fighting against his master. Mo Xiaochuan was afraid that he would not be able to take it anymore and would kill this person with a single palm. Humph. What else do you have other than cursing? If you want me to shut up, then show me some real skills. The 8th-tier alchemist couldn't help but burst out in anger. I've always been in charge of repairing this array, and it's almost complete. You've just arrived. Not only is it useless to repair the array, but you're also trying to play tricks. How hateful. Oh, almost finished? If you really had the ability to finish it, would we still be sitting here in boredom? If you don't have the ability, then just sit here and wait, Mo Xiaochuan said coldly. Enough. I've had enough. Even a martial supreme doesn't have the right to shout in front of me. I've seen many martial supremes. The 8th-tier alchemist rose to his feet, pointed at Yun Xiao and said, Your young Master Yun, if you can repair this teleportation array, I will immediately kneel down and kowtow to you. If he can't, then make him kneel down and kowtow to me. Do you dare to bet? Mo Xiaochuan furrowed his brows and said, Although I'm willing to take the bet, I can't make the decision regarding young Master Yun's matters. How about this, if young Master Yun can't repair it, I'll kneel down and kowtow to you. If he's done with the repairs, you can just kneel down and kowtow a few times. But there's no need to acknowledge him as your master. I don't think he'll accept you as his disciple. You coward! The 8th-tier alchemist was exasperated, and he said angrily, I'll make you kneel then. Although I've seen many martial emperors, I've never seen a martial emperor kneel before me. Mo Xiaochuan laughed. Also, no 8th-tier alchemist has ever knelt before me. I think it'll be very enjoyable. The bet between the two of them immediately made the people around them dizzy. This was no ordinary bet. Whether it was an 8th-tier alchemist or a martial emperor kneeling, it was a big event that could shock the whole city, and everyone was drenched in cold sweat. Big brother, how could you be so careless? Mo Huayuan was also shocked. Although he knew how powerful Yun Xiao was, he did not believe him so blindly. Mo Xiaochuan laughed. Don't worry, this idiot is definitely going to kowtow to me. It's just that I suddenly have a wicked idea. If I can see young Master Yun fail, it'll be worth it even if I have to kowtow a few times. As far as Mo Xiaochuan could remember, he had never seen Yun Xiao fail. He had been wondering who in the world could defeat his master, whether in martial arts or alchemy. Therefore, when the news of the Holy Region ranking battle spread, he was very surprised that Yun Xiao was ranked 3rd. In his heart, he really wanted to see what kind of people Ao Changkong and Zhuo Qingfan were. To think that they could actually defeat the gods in his heart. This Tao Wu. Mo Huayuan was speechless. His lips moved slightly as he secretly transmitted a message. Big brother, who exactly is this young Master Yun? Can't you and I reveal it to each other? Mo Xiaochuan sighed. You'll find out sooner or later. There's no need to rush. Mo Huayuan was completely at a loss for words. He could only sigh and pray in his heart that Yun Xiao would not fail. Otherwise, he would never be able to accept watching his big brother kneel down and kowtow to someone. The 8th-tier alchemist was still very respectful to Mo Huayuan, and he said, Don't worry, Master Mo. On your account, I'll get your elder brother to apologize. He doesn't need to kneel. Thank you, Mo Huayuan said gratefully. Suddenly, Yun Xiao, who was sitting in the center of the array, slowly opened his eyes and said with a smile, Even so, I'm too embarrassed to ask you to kneel. Young Master Yun. Mo Xiaochuan was the first to rush up and say, How is it? Of course, Yun Xiao laughed. In order to stop you from kowtowing to others, I'll repair it even if I have to risk my life. Otherwise, if you kowtow to someone, wouldn't I be honored? Sigh, how disappointing. That idiot was so confident. Mo Xiaochuan sighed. I thought I could finally see you fail once. His pretentious look immediately made everyone want to give him a few slaps. After a brief daze, the 8th-tier alchemist shook his head in shock and said, Impossible! I don't believe you. You're lying. He hurriedly ran into the array and began to pour his soul power into the array. Soon, his expression changed drastically and he became completely stunned. Mo Huayuan was shocked as well. He checked everything in horror and found that they had all been connected to an infinite distance. He looked at Yun Xiao in shock, and his heart was in turmoil. Such a powerful strength. Is he a 9th-tier being? Although Yang Ping and Li Feiyu were also shocked, they were more happy. Li Feiyu took a deep breath and laughed. I can finally leave this damn place. Yang Ping said, A ghostly place? Could it be that my hospitality in Yufeng City wasn't good enough for young Master Li to be so displeased? Li Feiyu knew that he had misspoken and hurriedly apologized. Yang Ping laughed loudly. Young Master Li, there's no need to be so polite. There are still 7 days left until the martial arts and sorcery double gathering in Songyue City. If we don't make it in time, Myriad Treasure Store's position will be in danger. Lord Yang is being too serious. Myriad Treasure Store's foundation isn't supported by 1 or 2 people, and it's not something that anyone can shake. The entire 10,000 Treasures Tower doesn't have many of me, and its ability is really limited. Yang Ping smiled. Since this teleportation array was repaired by young Master Yun, it should naturally be used by young Master Yun and young Master Li first. Please, everyone. The 8th-tier alchemist was still standing in the array, stunned. Even though Mo Xiaochuan had won, he was a martial supreme. Naturally, he would not be petty and would not be bothered to make him fulfill his promise. Earlier, it was only because he had pointed at Yunxiao that he was extremely angry. Hua Yuan, farewell. I don't know when we'll meet again. Mo Xiaochuan sighed. Blood was thicker than water, and he was closer to his cousin than any other biological brother. After this short meeting, they immediately went their separate ways. Big brother, I should be staying by Master's side and continuing to train. If you have time, you can come to the Holy Region to find me at any time. Mo Huayuan was also extremely reluctant to part, and the 2 brothers hugged each other. All of a sudden, a strange voice rang out in the air, followed by a strange laugh. Yang Ping, why didn't you inform us that the teleportation formation was fixed and let someone else use it first? Our Lord really has a high status in your eyes. Yang Ping's expression changed to one of shock. A beam of light shot over from the distance, passing through the layers of defenses of the warriors. No one could react in time. Moreover, the power of that light was so strong that no one dared to block it. When the light fell on the courtyard and spread out, there were actually 9 cultivators. Among the 8 people, there was an old man in green, his green robe full of skull patterns, who was lazily sitting in a palanquin. The 8 martial artists around the old man were all overbearing. A young man on the left shouted, Yang Ping, my lord said that if it's repaired, he'll be the first to be informed. You actually let someone else use it first. Do you still have my lord in your eyes? Yang Ping was shocked. He quickly bowed and said, Lord Gong's son, this formation was repaired by them a moment ago. That's why I let them use it first. It's also a test to avoid any mistakes. It would be too dangerous if something went wrong during the void travel. Oh, so there's a reason why you didn't take my words to heart? Since it's been repaired, let them get lost, the old man said slowly. I'm willing to be the test subject to prevent those weak dregs from accidentally losing their lives. Yang Ping's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he said awkwardly, This buy-in, Lord Gong's son. This is not appropriate. You are a buy-in. All right, don't talk nonsense. I've made up my mind to make them scram. Gong's son Zhan pointed at Yunxiao and the others, but his eyes were half-narrowed, as if they were not worthy of his attention. Under his aura, Yang Ping did not dare to disobey him. Instead, he looked at Yunxiao with a pleading look. Since when did the heavenly martial realm have so many stupid birds? Yunxiao frowned. Mo Xiaochuan laughed. Who said they're stupid? That's because they're all very smart when you're powerful. They know how to be your grandsons. How can such people be called stupid birds? At most, he's just a clown. Everyone broke out in cold sweat when they heard the conversation between the 2. They were probably the only ones who would dare to say such things. Yang Ping kept muttering in his heart, Please don't destroy the teleportation formation again. If that happens, I'll really be crying without tears. Impudent. Do you know who my lord is? They really deserve to die. The martial artist who had spoken was furious. Without saying a word, a sword light shot out from his body and he rushed forward as one with the sword. The golden chi was pressing and the cold intent spread out. Although he could not see through Mo Xiaochuan's cultivation base, he could see Yunxiao's 1-star martial emperor level at a glance. In martial arts, only people of the same realm could fight with each other, and the gap between their strength was too big. Since Mo Xiaochuan and Yun Xiao were talking and laughing so intimately, their strength was naturally about the same. Mo Xiaochuan gently extended 2 fingers and pinched the tip of the sword. With a gentle twist, the sword was broken into 7 or 8 pieces. Then, he turned his fingers into a palm and pushed it forward. The wind from his palm swept up the broken blades and twisted them into an overbearing palm force. Bang, bang, bang! Several broken blades pierced through the body of the man who was attacked by the flying sword, and 7 or 8 large holes immediately appeared on his body. He let out a blood-curdling scream and spat out a mouthful of blood in the air like a fountain. He was also sent flying and fell to the ground, dead. I'm scared. This swift action was done in the blink of an eye. Before the other 7 martial artists could react, they saw their arrogant and overbearing companion turn into a corpse. They were so scared that they took a few steps back. You have guts. Gong Sun Jian's expression changed drastically, and he turned his fiery eyes to look at Mo Xiaochuan. His pupils contracted when he saw Mo Xiaochuan. No wonder someone dared to ignore my dignity. It turns out that there's a martial sovereign among them. Don't you know that there's still a huge difference even if we're all martial sovereigns of the 9 heavens? So you know about it too? Mo Xiaochuan laughed. Gong Sun Jian gradually calmed down. He was no fool. In fact, no one who could cultivate to the rank of a martial supreme was a fool. He couldn't tell how strong his opponent was, but he was sure that his fearless attitude was real. After advancing to the martial supreme realm, one could control the rules of heaven and earth at will. With a raise of one's hand, one would possess the power of rules. Therefore, even martial supremes would find it difficult to see the other party's depth. They could only find out after they had tried. However, if the gap between them was huge, the result would be disastrous. Tell me your name first. I don't fight with nameless people. Gong Sun Jian was afraid and didn't dare to attack rashly. He wanted to get some information from the other party's words first. This was also a common way of talking among martial sovereigns. Mo Xiaochuan chuckled. You're so funny. Get lost. You coward. Gong Sun Jian's face was ashen from anger as he sat on the palanquin, looking extremely embarrassed. One of his subordinates had died for no reason, so how could he just leave after losing so much face? However, if he wanted to fight, the other party's fearless and calm appearance made his heart beat like a drum. Moreover, his real goal was not to snatch the teleportation order. There was no need for him to have any conflict or even conflict with a martial supreme. This place is too small. If a fight breaks out, I'm afraid that the teleportation formation that has just been repaired will be damaged again. That's why it's so weak, he said. Mo Xiaochuan interrupted him impatiently. I can kill you in a matter of minutes. How dare you think that the teleportation array will be affected? You're overthinking it. How arrogant. I'm so angry. Gong Sun Jian couldn't hold it in any longer. His opponent had humiliated him without any mercy. If he could still swallow this, then what had happened today would definitely become a knot in his heart in the future. It was very likely that his cultivation would stop, and it might even develop into a demon in his heart. The essence of martial Tao was to never turn back and to press forward with indomitable will. How could an ordinary person be able to cultivate to the rank of a martial supreme? Gong Sun Jian understood this as well. Mo Xiaochuan's mockery had reached a point where he had no choice but to attack. His anger was instantly buried, and he appeared as calm as still water. He was like a completely different person. The people in the surroundings trembled all over. It was as if they had been next to a volcano that was about to erupt, afraid that they would be burned to ashes by the lava that would spew out at any moment. However, at this moment, it was as if he was in an ice cellar, and he could be frostbitten by the frosty chi at any time. Not bad, Yun Xiao praised with a smile. You can stop your anger and control your emotions perfectly. Your cultivation is indeed not bad. He was praising Gong Sun Jian, but to Gong Sun Jian's ears, it sounded like he was mocking him. Gong Sun Jian's emotionless heart immediately began to stir, and a trace of anger appeared on his face. A cold light flashed in his hand, and sword chi flew out, sword sweeping through the heavens and breaking the vast. The sword contained a vast and boundless feeling, giving people a kind of carefree and relaxed spirit, the spirit of the vast heaven and earth. Good sword. This idiot has some skills. Be careful, Xianxia said. Don't let it be destroyed again. After saying this, he flashed to the nearby area like everyone else. A martial supreme's sword force could even turn his initial stage inextinguishable golden body into ashes in an instant. No wonder you're so blind. You really have some skill. Mo Xiaochuan took a step back with his right foot, and a golden light spread out under his feet, enveloping the entire teleportation formation in the golden light. He was afraid that the formation would be destroyed by the chi of the two. After that, he waved his fists in front of him. Vital chi gathered from all directions along with his fists, and the sword was caught between his fists. The control of his power was extremely exquisite. He did not let the slightest bit of the aftermath spread out to prevent the shock from hurting the people nearby. Gong Sunjian was shocked. Just this move alone showed that the other party's control of power was far superior to his. However, just fine control was not enough. The most important thing in determining victory was still absolute strength. He poured his Emperor Qi into the long sword, which instantly shot out beams of light that broke through the vital Qi defense in Mo Xiaochuan's hand. He pushed the sword 3 feet forward and stabbed it straight at Mo Xiaochuan's heart. Mo Xiaochuan's expression was as calm as ever. The wind from his fist shook the sword, creating an ear-piercing melody. He was bitter that he couldn't move his feet. Otherwise, once he moved, the formation would easily be shattered by the Emperor Qi, and they wouldn't have time to carry out large-scale repairs. Clang, clang, clang. The fist shadow fluttered around his body like a butterfly. Under the punch, more than 30 layers of Qi strength piled up and pressed down, one powerful one after another. Gong Sunjian's long sword was under great pressure. The sword changed its direction and stabbed out. The sword Qi continued to shoot out from the tip of the sword, piercing through the void within 1,000 meters. The people in the surroundings were so shocked that their faces turned green. If anyone had been pointed at by the long sword just now, they would have been instantly finished. It was true that mortals were involved in a fight between immortals. You're fighting with me, and you're still trying to protect the array. How arrogant. Gong Sunjian's confidence was greatly boosted after the first strike. He swept his sword horizontally, and the sword light condensed into an illusionary shadow outside the sword body, as if it had a sword spirit. It brought a bloodthirsty aura to people, and it slashed down without mercy. Mo Xiaochuan's right foot did not leave the ground as he turned his body. 2 of his fingers formed a sword gesture as he pointed at his opponent's sword shadow in the air and shouted, "If it weren't for the fact that you had to protect the formation, do you think you would still be alive?" Bang bang. The finger power turned into a sword and was instantly destroyed by the sword shadow. Gong Sunjian's sword was so powerful that he wanted to turn the sword shadow into ashes. Mo Xiaochuan's expression finally changed. Half of his power was channeled to his right foot to protect the formation. His movements were restricted, and he was restricted in every way. Bitches are so pretentious. They clearly see the gap between you and me, but they don't know how to back off. And you're still vainly thinking of using my defensive spell formation. You can take advantage of this. Even so, stay here forever. A powerful sword Qi burst forth from Mo Xiaochuan's body. Just by standing there, he seemed to have transformed into an invincible divine weapon that was about to be unsheathed. Just the power of the sword was enough to make Gong Sunjian's sword stop for a moment, as if it had sensed something dangerous. The sword suddenly let out a long, ear-piercing sound, as if it was warning him. Not good. Gong Sunjian was shocked, and he tried to put away his sword and run away. It was only at this moment that he realized how terrifying Mo Xiaochuan was. It turned out that Mo Xiaochuan had only been a warm-up for him. Under the sword Qi, he only felt cold all over and no longer had any will to fight. You want to leave? You've already eaten shit. Mo Xiaochuan's cold voice rang out as he raised his right arm. The shape of a sword seemed to have appeared on his right arm, shimmering with a dim light. Li Feiyu's pupils contracted as he stared in shock at Mo Xiaochuan's right hand. He couldn't tell if it was a real sword or just a sword-shaped one. But the sword intent was so powerful that it rippled through the entire courtyard, causing everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. Xianxia's expression changed slightly as well. He stared at the sword intent with a smile in his eyes, as if he appreciated it very much. The mortal world gazes at Ing Hao Yue. The sword technique was the Mo family's Thousand Conqueror noble art, and it was much more powerful than Xianxia's. Because he had learned the technique from his ancestor, it was a world of difference from the superficial technique that Xianxia had only seen a few times. As the sword light came down, a sea of sword chi spread out. All the warriors within a few miles were trapped in this sea of sword chi. They held their breath in horror and didn't dare to make the slightest movement. It was as if they would be immediately cut into pieces by the sword chi, or even be reduced to nothing. Arg! Stop! I'm just a buy-in. Gong Sunjan was completely terrified. He shuddered and screamed, but his voice was instantly drowned out by the sea of swords. Not only him, but the 7 warriors behind him also died without even a scream, as if they had never existed in this world. A huge chasm split open from the ground, with Mo Xiaochuan's right foot as the tip. It extended for 1,000 meters, and its depth was unknown. TSK. You don't know what's good for you. You're wasting Ji's sword intent. Mo Xiaochuan snorted contemptuously, then turned to Xiao and said, Young Master Yun, how was that sword strike? His eyes were full of expectation, hoping to get his master's approval. Li Feiyu and the others were already covered in cold sweat. They were so shocked that they had forgotten how to move. Their nerves were too tense to relax, and they couldn't even move their necks. They could only cough dryly, unable to make a sound. Big brother, you're amazing. Mo Huayuan was overjoyed and praised sincerely. I wonder what's Big Brother's cultivation base now. The strength of that sword strike, according to my estimation, is at least a 3-star martial sovereign. Hee. Mo Xiaochuan smiled triumphantly, but his eyes never left Xiao, as if only Xiao's affirmation was true. Xiao smiled as well, but he said indifferently, There's no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. You're too lazy. Mo Xiaochuan heaved a sigh of relief, as if he was afraid that his master would be dissatisfied with his performance. Xiao's lack of criticism was already the best praise. As for saying that he was too lazy, it meant that he could have continued to fight and defeat the other party, but he was too lazy to do so and directly killed the other party. I'm just afraid that he'll waste everyone's time, haha. Everyone listened to his laughter, but no one laughed. Their stiff bodies began to slowly melt, and they could move slightly. A 9 Heavens martial sovereign, who was extremely arrogant a few minutes ago and had a little reputation in the North region, was directly annihilated by him after just a few moves. No one but Xiao and himself could laugh. Let's go. We've wasted a lot of time. There are only 7 days left. I'm afraid that little girl has already become an ant on a hot nest. Xiao could not help but laugh when he thought of Ding Ling Er's impatient look. Little girl? Is it Shi Jinjin? Oh, Madam Li. Mo Xiaochuan's eyes lit up as he began to gossip. You'll know when you get there, Xiao said with a smile. It's very likely that you'll see an old friend. Mo Xiaochuan's heart skipped a beat, and he exclaimed in joy, Could it be a swan and I? Xiao nodded and smiled. Since he already knows my whereabouts, he is probably already in Songyue City. Let's go. He stepped into the formation with Mo Xiaochuan following closely behind. After Li Feiyu regained his composure, he also walked into the formation. Big brother will part here. If you're free, you must come to the holy region to find me. We'll meet again. Mo Huayuan couldn't bear it and even felt like crying. Stop it. Mo Xiaochuan scolded jokingly. You're an 8th-tier alchemist who's revered by thousands of people. I won't be able to face you if you cry. Yang Ping hurriedly piled up large amounts of primordial stones on the formation and said, We welcome everyone to come to Yufeng City again. Xiao smiled as he performed an incantation gesture. A large number of primordial stones instantly turned into ashes, and the spirit chi was sucked into the array. The entire array began to operate. Then, the 3 of them felt a huge tearing force, and their bodies were no longer in Yufeng City. They could feel all kinds of forces constantly surging from all directions, attacking their bodies and even their spiritual senses. This was something that was bound to happen in long-distance teleportation. Fortunately, the three of them were not ordinary people, and they were all indifferent. Soon, in the endless darkness, a spot of light appeared in front of them. It grew bigger and bigger until it was the size of a human. The three of them were already outside the void. They could hear a faint sound. Someone else has been teleported here. Quick, see if there's anyone here. This is already the 13th batch today. They probably have no other choice. Get your spirits up. Can't you see that our captain's expression is getting worse and worse? Don't get yourself into trouble. The captain must have been scolded by the higher-ups, but this is not something we can decide. Perhaps Lord Li Feiyu is currently enjoying himself with a bunch of young and beautiful girls. How could this be? In a time like this, Lord Li Feiyu would not be so insensible. Something must have happened. After the three of them appeared in the void, they did not feel dizzy. They appeared in a space steadily. There were actually cultivators in armor and swords all around, and the atmosphere was strict and tense. Everyone's faces were cold. What's going on? Isn't this Songwei City? It's a very undisciplined and peaceful city, Yunxiao said curiously. Why has everyone become so tense? Ah! The first voice cried out in surprise and joy. Lord Li Feiyu. It's Lord Li Feiyu. You've finally returned. All the armed martial artists in the surroundings became nervous at once. They were all filled with joy, as if their mission had been completed. Sir Ren, Sir Li Feiyu has returned. The man from before hurriedly ran out and shouted. Brother Li, Yunxiao said with a playful smile. Thanks to you, so many people have come to welcome us. It's a great honor. I've embarrassed myself in front of young Master Yun, Li Feiyu replied awkwardly. These people must think that I don't know the severity of the matter and didn't return for such a big matter. I'm afraid they're already anxious. Who's the one in charge here? Why are they surrounding the teleportation point like this? Are they going to be laughed at by the world? He shouted angrily. There were a total of 4 regional teleportation arrays in Songyue City. At the same time, there were also 4 teleportation points. This place was surrounded by people from the 10,000 Treasures building, and the other 3 places were probably no exception. A joke? Mo Xiaochuan sneered. How could it be a joke? With such boldness, it should make the people of the world tremble. Li Feiyu's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and his eyes were about to spit fire. Although Myriad Treasure Store was the leader of the merchant union, doing this would probably cause many people to feel resistance. Feiyu, you're finally back. I was so worried. A loud and clear voice was heard. Before any light could be seen, an old man had appeared in front of the 3 of them. The old man was in high spirits and was dressed in a brocade robe. He did not look at Yunxiao and Mo Xiaochuan. Instead, he laughed and took Li Feiyu's hand, then said, "Ha, perfectly fine. I was really afraid that something had happened to you, and we old fellows were so worried. Let's go back quickly and let the Vice Tower Master be at ease." Elder Ren. Li Feiyu flung the old man's arm away and bitterly smiled. How did you make such a big scene? Everyone is laughing at us. Elder Ren puffed out his chest and said matter-of-factly, "A joke? Who dares to laugh at us? We call the shots in Songyue City. If anyone dares to laugh at us, we'll make them scram. Domineering. Yunxiao clapped his hands and laughed. Li Feiyu was speechless for a moment before he hurriedly introduced. This is our sect's 7th elder, Ren Guangzhen. These 2 are good friends I made on the way here, young Master Yun and his friends. He did not know Mo Xiaochuan's name, so he could only introduce him in this way. If it wasn't for their help, I'm afraid I would still be trapped in Yufeng City, and I might not be able to make it in time for the grand meeting. Oh? Yufeng City? No wonder I couldn't find you even after I sent so many experts to look for you. You were in the corner of the North region. What's the situation? Ren Guangzhen did not pay much attention to the 2 of them after taking a glance at them. However, when his gaze fell on Mo Xiaochuan, he was slightly surprised. But that was all. Li Feiyu briefly explained the damage to the teleportation array and said, "If it wasn't for young Master Yun and his friends, we'd be in real trouble this time." Ren Guanglin then sized Mo Xiaochuan up and said, "Master Yuan Gaohan, who is in charge of the Sacred Zone's spiritualist, is your brother's master? And you entered Rain Summit City from South Fire City. Could it be that your brother is Mo Huayuan, and you are Mo Xiaochuan?" Mo Xiaochuan's body trembled slightly as he exclaimed in shock. The Myriad Treasure Tower's information is actually so comprehensive and so detailed. Truly terrifying. There seemed to be a hidden meaning in his words. "Old man Ren, you know them?" Li Feiyu asked in surprise. Ren Guanglin chuckled and shook his head. "I don't know him, but one of Master Yuan Gaohan's genius disciples is in Nanhua City. He's a member of the Mo family in Black Iron City. Everyone in the world knows about this, let alone the most well-informed Myriad Treasure store. As for the brother of that genius disciple, Mo Huayuan, very few people know that he's you, Mo Xiaochuan." "Oh?" Li Feiyu frowned. "It seems that Master Huayuan and Lord Ogawa are quite famous. But why have I never heard of them?" "That's because the younger generation's time has passed." Ren Guanglin smiled. "Right now, you four prodigies of the North are the most famous in the world." Mo Xiaochuan's reputation was even greater than his brother's back then, because his master was the third-ranked titled martial emperor. Li Feiyu was shocked. His body suddenly trembled as he involuntarily cried out, "The third martial sovereign, Gu Feiyang with the title Army Destroyer." Yunxiao's pupils constricted slightly before returning to normal. No one noticed that his emotions had been slightly disturbed at that moment. Yes, back then, Lord Gu Feiyang was insufferably arrogant. Could be said that he was like the sun in the sky. His disciples were also famous throughout the world. "What a pity, Xianxia." Ren Guanglin sighed. Li Feiyu also understood that the word pity was only used after Gu Feiyang's death. He looked at Mo Xiaochuan with respect. He did not expect this man to have such a powerful background. No wonder he was so powerful. However, if Mo Xiaochuan's background was so great that he was not only Gu Feiyang's disciple but also a member of the Mo family in Black Iron City, then what was the identity of Yunxiao, who he had protected and protected like a servant? When he thought of this, he suddenly felt a headache, and even more so, a sense of fear. It seemed that he didn't dare to think further. Mo Xiaochuan laughed heartily. "Haha, Master's incident happened a long time ago. It doesn't matter whether it's a pity or not. It doesn't matter at all." Ren Guangshuan looked at him strangely, and a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. "You're quite open-minded." "Hehe. A sage once said that time is the best healing potion. After a long time, you will be able to see through everything." "Haha." Mo Xiaochuan acted as if he had seen the fickleness of the world, but Ren Guangjuan and Li Feiyu despised him in their hearts. After all, the 10 great martial sovereigns held a very high status in the hearts of all the martial artists. "Humph. It's good that you've gotten over it," Ren Guangzhen said coldly. "Feiyu, let's go." He did not seem to want to stay with Mo Xiaochuan any longer. As for Yunxiao, he had already ignored his cultivation base of a 1-star martial emperor, and he did not even think that anyone was there. Li Feiyu's heart skipped a beat as his eyes flickered. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Young Master Yun, why don't you come to my Myriad Treasure store and let me do my part as the host?" Yunxiao frowned. He noticed that Li Feiyu's expression seemed to have changed, so he said, "No need. I also have important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave for the time being. We're all in the city anyway, so we'll probably meet again soon. Songyueyang City is too big. I'm afraid that young Master Yun will get lost since it's his first time here, so it's better for me to accompany him," Li Feiyu said. Yunxiao's background was too strange and mysterious, and Mo Xiaochuan's strength was also extraordinary. He did not know what secret map he had in Songyue City, but he suddenly had the idea of controlling the two. If there were any unstable factors in Songyuyang City, then these two were definitely them. Ren Guangran immediately understood Li Feiyu's meaning and laughed. "Haha, that's right. The two of you should come with us to the Myriad Treasure Tower, and then our people will be responsible for accompanying you." It's very dangerous for the two of you to walk around aimlessly. Mo Xiaochuan said, "Why do I feel that following you guys is the real danger? Young Master Yun, let's go. Let's not waste time with these bad people." "Yes, yes." Yun Xiao nodded and turned to leave. Ren Guangyao snorted. "You two don't give Myriad Treasure Store any face? You can't even invite me personally?" As soon as his voice fell, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The surrounding cultivators also seemed to have noticed that something was wrong and became daggers drawn, as if dark clouds had appeared in the sky. Ren Guangjuan was confident that once he spoke, the two of them would definitely surrender. However, the result made him stunned. "It looks like you two have nothing better to do," Yun Xiao said. "Aren't you afraid that your balls will break if the pain is too much?" These words were shocking. They dared to say such words in front of the seventh elder. All the people of the 10,000 Treasures building were stunned. Then they drew their weapons and surrounded him. Their attacks and steps were in unison. Their imposing manner instantly condensed, and a powerful pressure rolled up. This was definitely a team that had been trained to a terrifying level. Mo Xiaochuan looked around in disdain and scoffed. "What's the use of this group of trash? Do the two of you want them to follow you in breaking eggs?" Li Feiyu was shocked. With Mo Xiaochuan's strength, Yun Xiao could act arrogantly in Yufeng City, but now he was in Songyang City, and the seventh elder's cultivation base was absolutely superior to theirs. Yet he was still so arrogant. What exactly was he relying on? Ren Guangji also cast an inquiring look at Li Feiyu. Li Feiyu felt that he was in a difficult position. If he were to fall out with Ren Guangji, who knew what kind of big trouble he would cause. "Hee, I'm just inviting you out of good intentions," he said with a smile. "Since young Master Yun is unwilling, I can't force you. But could young Master Yun tell him why he had come to Songyang City? After all, this period was too sensitive. I'm afraid the two of you will be implicated. After all, the two of you are my good friends. Feiyu will protect the two of you even if it costs him his life." The hostility was suddenly inspired by his words, as if he was going to go through mountains of daggers and seas of flames for his bosom friend. Yun Xiao sneered in his heart, thinking that not only did the four prodigies of the north have a high cultivation base, but their minds were also much stronger than ordinary people's. With a grateful look on his face, Yun Xiao said excitedly, "Many thanks to Brother Li for making such a heavy promise, making this one shed tears of gratitude. Don't worry, if I encounter any difficulties in Songyang City, I will directly report Brother Li's name. With Brother Li's support, I'm afraid no one will dare to do anything to me." Mo Xiaochuan laughed as well. "This is great. I was worried to death when I came to Songyang City first. I was afraid that I'd run into some expert or something. Now that I have the Myriad Treasure Store as my backing, I can do whatever I want. Haha." Li Feiyu was dumbfounded, and Ren Guangjuan's mouth was also wide open. They felt that this was very inappropriate, but they didn't know what to say. "You must be joking, young Master Yun. If you don't provoke anyone in Songyang City, naturally, no one will provoke you," Li Feiyu replied awkwardly. "However, if you take the initiative to cause trouble, then I, Li Feiyu, will also be disgruntled." "Understood, Brother Li," Yun Xiao shouted. "If anyone provokes us, just say Brother Li's name. Young Master Yun will remember Brother Li's kindness. Since the two of you aren't too free, I'm afraid you have other matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you. We're all in Songyang City, so we'll meet again sooner or later." With a single sentence, he rebuffed Li Feiyu's excuse, leaving the other party speechless. "I hope so. Young Master Yun is the best friend I've ever had." Li Feiyu forced a smile. Ren Guangzhen was shocked. Whether it was an act of affection or an emotional response, Li Feiyu must not be a simple person to say such words. Yun Xiao cupped his fists and left with Mo Xiaochuan. The group of warriors around them were all arrogant, trying to stop them. Yun Xiao's eyes gleamed, and a powerful soul power suddenly spread out. In the blink of an eye, the people in front of him trembled and unconsciously stepped aside to make way for them, trembling as they watched the two leave. "Feiyu, who's that young Master Yun?" Ren Guangxin asked. He was merely a one-star martial emperor. How could he make Mo Xiaochuan bow down to him? Any martial emperor powerhouse was extremely proud. Even if you were much more powerful than them, they would at most be afraid of you and respect you. But when I saw him treating this young Master Yun, it was as if he was a master and his servant. That wasn't respect, but admiration. Who is he to be respected by a martial emperor? I don't know either, Li Feiyu replied with a bitter smile. Since when did such a person appear in the realm of heavenly martial arts? It seems that we must let the intelligence department thoroughly investigate this person as soon as possible. Yes, I'll give the order immediately, Ren Guangxin said. Also, we can't let them mess around in Songyue City. We have to figure out their purpose and movements. I'll let Jifeng do this. Since it's Zhouhua who's doing this, there shouldn't be any problems, Li Feiyu replied. The people of 10,000 Treasures Tower immediately reorganized themselves and disappeared from the spatial landing area under the lead of Ren Guanghuang and Li Feiyu. Yun Xiao and Mo Xiaochuan left the teleportation drop-off point and walked into the streets of Songyue City. The roads crisscrossed and extended in all directions, highlighting the endless prosperity of the entire city. This was the world's #1 shopping center, Songyue Yang City. Although the city was large, 8 flags were erected in the center of the city, which represented the 8 permanent members of the business alliance. It was the dream of every chamber of commerce to have their own floating in the sky. Young Master Yun, Songyue City not only has a lot of merchants, but it also seems to have a lot of spies. We've only taken a few steps, but there are already more than 20 spies following us. It's a sensitive period after all, so it's normal for the Chamber of Commerces to be a little nervous. Look at these businessmen. They all have their own methods. None of them are ordinary people. Should we think of a way to avoid them? It's not convenient for us to find them. Hide? Where are you hiding? Every citizen here was a soldier, and Songyue City was probably the #1 city in the world. Let them go. They're just doing missions to earn a living. Yun Xiao walked to an old woman who was selling tea eggs by the roadside and said, "Old woman, may I know where Tanuan Trading Company is?" The old woman's face was full of wrinkles. Her body was shaking as if she was going to fall down at any moment. She looked frightened and confused. She said with a creaking voice, What did you say? I am an old woman. All right, stop pretending. You're only a 3 stars martial emperor. Yun Xiao interrupted impatiently. Do you think no one will recognize you just because you put an aura-concealing talisman on your calf? It's no use. An excellent old woman like you will be like a firefly in the dark wherever you go. Hurry up and tell me the way to Tianyuan Trading Company. The old woman, Luo. How did you find out? She asked after a long pause. Mo Xiaochuan laughed and said, Everyone on the way here is a powerful martial artist. How could an old woman with no cultivation at all appear? Moreover, how could an ordinary old woman afford to eat so many herbal tea eggs? Hurry up and don't waste my young master's time. The old woman revealed a look of realization and said, I see. She looked at the two of them, then pointed to the north and said, Tianyuan Trading Company's encampment is about 10 miles away. It's the most magnificent place. 10 li. How big is this city? Mo Xiaochuan asked in shock. The old woman grinned and said, It runs about 100 miles from east to west. Why don't you two buy a south-pointing chariot? As long as the location is set, this car will naturally take you there. This south-pointing chariot is a specialty of Songyue Yang City. She pointed to a shop across the street. There were many strange-looking cars inside, and many people were sitting on the road. Yun Xiao and Mo Xiaochuan found it quite fresh, and there were still a few days before the 2 meetings, so they were not in a hurry. They called for a 2-seater car, set it to Tianyuan Trading Company station, and then drove automatically. The owner frowned and muttered to himself, Tianyuan Trading Company? This time, he would definitely be stripped of his status as a permanent director. Who were these 2 people and what was the so-called matter? This news must be sent up. Similar things had been happening in Songyue City for the past few days. The entire city was a huge intelligence network. Dozens, Even hundreds of chambers of commerce were gathering all kinds of information. The people working in the intelligence department were so busy that they were dizzy. Xiaochuan, what do you think of the merchant union? Yun Xiao suddenly asked as he looked out at the bustling street in the south-pointing chariot. Mo Xiaochuan furrowed his brows and did not dare to give a casual reply. After thinking for a while, he said, "He's as rich as a country, and he's extremely powerful." Yun Xiao's eyes flickered as he said, "If the entire merchant union is united, it can even surpass the 7 superpowers and become an existence comparable to the Sanctuary and the Sea of Soul Formation." Mo Xiaochuan was taken aback. He followed Yun Xiao's gaze and looked at the 8 flags in the center of the city. "Young Master Yun, do you mean that if I can become a permanent member of the Business Alliance, I can control the core of the Business Alliance and become an existence that can compete with any major force in the world?" Yun Xiao narrowed his eyes and said, "On the surface, the merchant union looks like a pile of loose sand, but almost all its power is in the hands of the 4 core alliances. And among these 4 core alliances, Myriad Treasures Tower and 4 Extreme Sect are the leaders. These 2 sects controlled more than half of the power of the merchant union. If these 2 sects join hands, they will be able to command the entire merchant union and become a truly powerful existence." Mo Xiaochuan laughed. "Don't worry about that. Whoever doesn't make a move in this majestic plan will definitely not cooperate with them. Not under normal circumstances," Yun Xiao said. "But if an external force comes one day, we brothers will fight against it and unite." "External force? What do you mean, young Master Yun?" Mo Xiaochuan asked. "For example, the few super sects in the north," Yun Xiao said with a smile. "Who doesn't covet the interests of the merchant union or the holy region? What do you think the holy region is? If it wasn't for the fact that everyone understood this principle, once the merchant union was put under pressure, it would definitely lead to great unity. Therefore, for so many years, the merchant union has been developing in a very relaxed environment, and no one is stupid enough to touch them." "Then what are the sects of the north up to?" Mo Xiaochuan asked. "I was born in hardship," Yun Xiao said. "I die in peace and happiness." He would let the merchant union have internal friction, and when the internal friction was enough, he could annex it. However, this could also lead to another very bad result, which is that an overlord might appear in the merchant union during the internal friction. If the merchant union is truly unified, it would be absolutely disastrous for the North region. But at least for now, I can't see such a trend. The sects of the North would not allow this to happen. They would definitely take all kinds of actions behind the scenes to break the internal unity of the merchant union. However, the merchant union is not easy to deal with either. But this kind of power struggle has nothing to do with us. The two of them continued to talk about all kinds of secrets of the continent, as well as the disputes of the situation in the past few years. While they admired the prosperity of Songyue City, they were also very pleased. The south-pointing chariot finally arrived at the designated place and continued to move forward. A few martial artists appeared in front of them and blocked the road. They shouted, "Who are you? Please get out of the car." When Yun Xiao showed them the token of Tianyuan Trading Company, the warriors' eyes lit up as they cried out in surprise. "So it's a supreme class member." Yun Xiao put away the token and said, "On my way here, why does every merchant union seem to have drawn a circle and listed it as a forbidden area? No outsiders are allowed to enter. Such a big city is already surrounded by dozens of forbidden areas." The warrior said with a wry smile, "My distinguished guest, you may not know this, but the two conventions of the merchant union this time are more intense than any previous years. Not only are there forbidden areas, but isolation formations have also been set up to shield the outside world from detection. Anyone who enters must be strictly checked. But you're a supreme member of the highest level, so you don't need to be checked. However, woo-woo. You can't go in for the time being," he said hesitantly. "Why?" Yun Xiao frowned. "I want to see your Miss Ding." Just now, the young master brought a group of people in. He strictly ordered that no one is allowed to enter without his orders, the warrior said with difficulty. "Young master? Young master?" Yun Xiao frowned. Is the young master you mentioned Ding Peng, Ding Ling Er's younger brother? Yes, young master Ding Peng, the warrior said. We don't dare to disobey the orders from above. Please wait for a while. Shouldn't be long. Is Ding Ling Er among them? Yunxiao asked. Miss Ding is inside as well, the warrior said. She probably has something important to discuss. Suddenly, Yunxiao's heart jolted. An inexplicable sense of irritation welled up in his heart, as if he had a feeling that something was going to happen. Let me in. His expression suddenly changed. Then, without any further explanation, he strode in. Honored guest, please don't make things difficult for us. The surrounding martial artists were all shocked and said. Yunxiao had the supreme token of the highest level, and those who had it were all close friends of Tianyuan Trading Company, or those who had made great contributions to the trading company. There were no more than 5 people on the entire heavenly martial continent who had this token. They couldn't afford to offend such a person, but they had to obey Ding Peng's orders. All right, I won't make things difficult for you. Yunxiao spread out his spiritual power, and the space twisted, immediately teleporting him and Mo Xiaochuan away, leaving behind a blank space. The martial artist was stunned and then said in shock, Not good! They must have gone in. Quickly inform young master Ding Peng. One of the warriors ran inside at full speed, and he could vaguely see Yunxiao and Mo Xiaochuan in front of them. He shouted desperately, Stop! However, the two of them ignored him and disappeared from the forbidden area of Tianyuan Trading Company. The main hall in the base of Tianyuan Trading Company was gloomy. Ding Ling Er sat in the main seat, and Yu Rong stood behind her on her left. There were 4 other warriors standing in a row behind her. They were not strong, all of them only at the cultivation of Martial Emperor. On the guest seat, a young man in high spirits was slowly savoring the fragrant tea in his hand, gently opening the tea leaves with the tea cover from time to time. There were also 4 martial artists standing beside the man. They all had cold expressions and were filled with a murderous aura. A young man walked up to the main seat. He did not dare to look Ding Ling Er in the eye. He lowered his head and said, Sister, I'm doing this to help Tianyuan Trading Company. This Chamber of Commerce was built by Father. I can't just watch him be destroyed. Ding Ling Er's cold and angry eyes shifted from him to the young man below. She said coldly, Young Master Wu, if you have anything to say, just say it. Ding Ling Er is all ears. The young man, Wu Yu, put down his teacup and said with a smile, Hee. Little sister Ling Er's words and actions are still so nimble. I have always admired her. Ever since I saw little sister Ling Er, Ing Luo, at the Mind Source competition in the Eastern region. Don't mention the past, Ding Ling Er interrupted. If there's nothing else, young Master Wu, you can leave now. Wu Yu was not angry. He chuckled and said, Why is Sister Ling Er getting more and more impatient? Is it related to the current situation of Tianyuan Trading Company? To let little Sister Ling Er work all day and have a bad temper. What's wrong with Tianyuan Trading Company's situation? Ding Ling Er snorted coldly. I feel that everything is fine. Sis. Ding Peng couldn't help but scold her. Young Master Wu is here to help us. But why is your attitude so cold? You're pushing the Chamber of Commerce into the fire pit by rejecting your friends. No wonder the Chamber of Commerce has been getting worse and worse after Father handed it over to you. Ding Peng, step aside. Ding Ling Er shouted angrily. Their Luo Chu Chamber of Commerce has been eyeing us covetously and has been secretly dealing with us all these years. They are our number 1 enemy, but you actually said you would help us. When did you mix with them? After being scolded, Ding Peng's face turned red. He roared, What do you mean by hanging out? I'm here to discuss business with you as the young master of Tianyuan Trading Company. You will only continuously make enemies for the Chamber of Commerce, but I can turn enemies into friends. Not only will I no longer fight against us, but I will also help us. It's clear how much power we have between us. Ding Ling Er was so angry that her whole body trembled. Get lost. I'll be in charge of Tianyuan Trading Company. Why? Ding Peng asked coldly. Just because of a muddled decision from her father? His father was already old and couldn't distinguish between good and bad people. For such an important meeting, his father didn't even attend. He was already powerless to do anything about the Chamber of Commerce. As for me, as father's only son, I can't just watch the Chamber of Commerce be destroyed in your hands. You're pissing me off. Old you. Take him down and lock him up. Ding Ling slammed the table and stood up in anger. Wu laughed coldly for a long time before he slowly said, "Little sister Ling there's no need to be angry. Your brother may be young, but he's no less talented than you in all aspects. What he said is true. If we can reach an agreement today, then our two chambers of commerce will be as close as one family, and there will no longer be any distinction between each other and enemies. Isn't this a great thing? You've been in power for so long, but have you ever reached this step?" Ding Ling suppressed the anger in her heart and said coldly, "Oh, I'd like to hear how this good-for-nothing brother of mine is talking to you about how close we are as a family." Wu smiled and said, "It's actually a very simple matter. Tianyuan Trading Company had been very prosperous for a while, but now it was in decline. Their overall strength is far inferior to our Luochu Chamber of Commerce. However, if you can obtain the full support of my Luochu Chamber of Commerce, you will definitely be able to return to the peak." "Wu, has your Luochu Chamber of Commerce become a charity?" Ding Ling said coldly. "You're learning from that screw-like martial sovereign, who doesn't benefit himself at all but only benefits others. Haha. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world." Wu laughed. Little sister Ling naturally had to pay as well. "It's actually very simple. As long as sister Ling marries me, we husband and wife will be in charge of the two major chambers of commerce, and then merge them into one. Then, the position of permanent member will be in the bag, right?" "Yeah, sis," Ding Peng said. "When young Master Wu becomes my brother-in-law, the two chambers of commerce will be close. Brother-in-law will be the president and I will be the vice president. At that time, it would be easy to get into the core four alliances." Ding Ling was so angry that she almost fainted on the spot. Her delicate body trembled constantly, and she couldn't say a word. "Young Master Peng, you're really stupid," Yu Rong said angrily. "Isn't this the same as giving the Chamber of Commerce to this Wu guy?" Ding Peng pointed at Yu Rong and shouted, "Who do you think you are? How dare you teach me a lesson? Old servant, get lost." "Sister, don't listen to this old servant's nonsense," he said. "When the time comes, we'll share the Chamber of Commerce, and brother-in-laws will be yours. Otherwise, with the current situation, I won't be able to hold on any longer. Once I lose my membership, I'll immediately face the end of being swallowed. I'm doing this for the good of my father's foundation." Good. 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 As expected, father's foundation is good. Ding Ling wanted to cry, but she had no tears. She sobbed. "Now I finally understand father's helplessness. He said that you wouldn't be able to become a great person, so he let me, a girl, take over the Chamber of Commerce. I've always hoped that you could grow up as soon as possible so that I can hand the Chamber of Commerce back to you. Do you know how hard I've been working these years?" All of a sudden, she felt as if all her hopes and dreams had been destroyed. The spiritual sustenance that she had painstakingly supported for so many years had collapsed all of a sudden, and her entire heart was empty. At this moment, she had a feeling that she wanted to escape. She wanted to escape from this burden on her back, escape from this chaotic and complicated world. Everything she had done over the years seemed to have no meaning at this moment. "That's because father is biased," Ding Peng snorted. "Since you have the intention to return the Chamber of Commerce to me, then hand it over now." Ding Ling said painfully, "Since you've grown up and have your own ideas, I won't bother about the Chamber of Commerce anymore. I'm just a girl after all, and you'll have to inherit my father's business sooner or later, but can you afford it?" "You don't have to worry about that, sister," Ding Peng said. "I've gathered many capable people and experts of all kinds, and they won't be less than you. Plus, with young Master Wu's help, I will definitely carry forward father's legacy." Ding Ling face turned pale. She gritted her teeth and said, "Good. From today on, you will be in charge of the Chamber of Commerce. Elder sister will not care anymore. Miss, this matter is of great importance. Yurong was shocked. Let's talk about it after we ask the master. You dog slave, Ding Peng said angrily. My Ding clan's matters don't need you to meddle. Father is already old and powerless. He should just enjoy his old age. Sister can make the decision for this kind of thing. His eyes flickered with a burning light, and he looked impatient. Ding Ling looked at him coldly, and a golden token flew out of her hand. It was the Tianyuan token, which symbolized the supreme power of Tianyuan Trading Company, and only the president could wear it. Ding Peng was overjoyed, and he suddenly took it. He felt a burning sensation in his hand, and a wild smile appeared on his face. He turned the token over and over again carefully, afraid that it was fake. Wu Yu's eyes also lit up, and he laughed. Ha ha! Congratulations, younger brother Peng. Ding Ling looked at Ding Peng's face, and she was even more disheartened. Old Yu, please help me leave. It was difficult for her to even stand up. Yurong heaved a long sigh. He didn't expect that Tianyuan Trading Company would collapse internally at such a critical moment, and that it would never return. He also looked much older all of a sudden. He supported Ding Ling and was about to leave. Hold on. Wu Yu extended his right hand and stopped the two of them. He grinned hideously and said, Little sister Ling the marriage between us has not been agreed on yet. Pfft. Get lost. Ding Ling who had been weak all over, suddenly had a burst of strength. With a wave of her hand, she shot out a beam of light that went straight for Wu Yu's head, wishing she could tear him into pieces. Ha ha ha! Wu Yu laughed and closed his fingers like a knife, cutting the light apart. His eyes were filled with surprise as he said, 2 stars Martial Emperor? Ha ha! Little sister Ling is indeed one of the 2 beauties in the merchant union that everyone drools over. Her talent is so amazing. She's the most suitable woman to be my wife. Brother Peng, we're all family now, so please help me persuade your sister. After Ding Peng confirmed that the Tianyuan order was real, he heaved a sigh of relief and said with a high-spirited look, Sister, you're not young anymore. You've been running around for the Chamber of Commerce for so many years. It's time to find a good husband and raise children. In the entire heavenly martial arts realm, the 4 prodigies of the North were the most respected among the younger generation. However, what kind of people were the 4 prodigies? They would certainly not take a fancy to his sister, so it's better to be more down to earth. Brother Yu is the most suitable person to marry, and also the most suitable person to marry. Ding Ling heart was so heavy that she almost vomited blood. Ding Peng frowned and said, Sister, do you want to wait for the right price? If you're old and can only become a leftover woman, it's better not to have high standards but low standards. Ha ha! How could I bear to turn your sister into a Saint Seiya? Wu Yu laughed. It's fine if you're a saint warrior. Ding Peng snorted. I'm afraid you'll become a saint warrior on the same level as Tiger Cub. Do you think Tianyuan Trading Company will have to support you for the rest of your life? He acted like the head of Tianyuan Trading Company. Finally, Ding Ling couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and her whole body swayed. Yurong was so angry that smoke was coming out of his mouth. He roared and raised his iron staff to hit him. He said angrily, Today, I'm going to offend my superior, you old servant who doesn't know how to write the word death. Ding Peng was furious. He kicked the iron crutch and 2 spiritual pressures spread out. Both of them were forced back a few steps. They were evenly matched. Ding Peng felt embarrassed, especially on the big day of taking over Tianyuan Trading Company. He was offended by a servant and was seen by outsiders. He immediately roared in anger. Kill him! Kill this old servant! The 4 martialists of Tianyuan Trading Company looked at each other, not knowing what to do. How dare you disobey me? Ding Peng was furious. He hurriedly took out the Tianyuan order and showed it to the 4 of them. He said angrily, The Tianyuan order is here, you dare to disobey. The 4 of them did not dare to look at the Tianyuan order. They all lowered their heads or even turned their heads away. Ding Ling had been in charge of the Chamber of Commerce for many years, and she was deeply rooted in people's hearts. She was the one and only leader in everyone's hearts. How could the world change just because of a token? Wu Yu frowned as well, and a hint of solemnness appeared in his eyes. Brother Peng, it seems that you still have a long way to go. Today, let this big brother help you hold down the fort. A look flashed in his eyes, and a martial artist beside him stood out. His aura spread throughout the entire area. It was actually the domain of a martial honor. In an instant, everyone's faces turned pale and they even felt a little breathless. Sister, where are the golden edge and silver light that father gave you? Ding Peng asked with a frown. Since you've given me the Chamber of Commerce, you should give me the two forces as well. Otherwise, the entire Chamber of Commerce would be an empty shell. What use would I have for it? Wu Yu's heart was also moved. Each of the 8 council members of the Business Alliance was extremely powerful. Although they were all businessmen and did business peacefully on the surface, they all had powerful forces supporting them in the dark. Otherwise, it would be difficult to do business. Do you think that the golden edge and silver radiance of Tianyuan Trading Company have always been in my hands? Ding Ling smiled bitterly and said, if that was the case, would I still be bullied by you guys? Those 2 powers have always been in father's hands, and he has never given them to me. Ding Peng's expression changed drastically, and a trace of panic flashed across his face. Impossible! His father was already old and had long stopped asking about the Chamber of Commerce. If you didn't have the help of the golden edge and the silver light, how could you have survived these years with just these few dog slaves? Don't lie to me. Wu Yu's face also changed. He could tell that Ding Ling was not lying. If the 2 forces that supported Tianyuan Trading Company had never been in Ding Ling's hands, then it was simply a miracle that she had supported Tianyuan Trading Company to its current level over the years. He could not help but be shocked. You can ask my father about this, Ding Ling said coldly. If I could control either the golden edge or the silver light, would I still be subject to you? I'll wipe you all out today. Ding Peng's heart trembled, and he immediately looked dazed. If his father knew what had happened today, he could imagine what would happen to him. Not to mention, the 2 most powerful forces of Tianyuan Trading Company were still in his father's hands. Wouldn't the Tianyuan order in his hand be just a decoration? Wu Yu said, Brother Peng, you don't have to hurt yourself. You're the only son of the old president. Those golden blades and silver lights will fall into your hands sooner or later. Let's not talk about other things today. Let's just talk about my marriage with little sister Ling. Since this old dog and these 4 warriors don't listen to the orders of the Tianyuan order, there's no point in keeping them. Kill these 5 pieces of trash and bring little sister Ling to my Luochu Chamber of Commerce as a guest. He ordered coldly. Yes. Yes, master. The Marshal Supreme replied expressionlessly. He snorted and a domineering force spread out in the realm. Suddenly, Yu Rong and the 4 martial emperors screamed in horror. Their bodies were directly lifted into the air and exploded into clouds of blood mist. The 5 of them couldn't even say a word before they fell to the ground and died. Old Yu. Ding Ling's heart ached as if her parents had died. Old Yu had raised her since she was a child, and he was like a father to her. She looked at everything in front of her and couldn't believe it. She steadied her body as she was on the verge of collapsing. She gritted her teeth so hard that they bled. Wu Yu, I'll definitely make you pay with your blood. You're going to be my first wife soon. There's no such thing as deep hatred between husband and wife. Wu Yu did not mind. A cold look appeared on his face. Even if the golden edge and the silver light of Tianyuan Trading Company were still in the hands of that old man, as long as he had his son and daughter, the old man would definitely obey him. Brother Yu, you have to be good to my sister, Ding Peng hurriedly said. He had gradually calmed down. The enthusiasm he had for the Tianyuan order had been extinguished after hearing the news about the golden edge and the silver radiance. He felt that it was of little value. Now, he could only rely on Wu Yu wholeheartedly in exchange for a sense of security. Haha! Don't worry. Your sister will definitely be my wife. Wu Yu's eyes glowed, and he looked as if he had been possessed. Sister Ling, don't worry. In the future, you'll help me manage the harem. All of my beloved concubines will have to respect you. You can do whatever you want to whoever you don't like. You don't need to go through me at all. Ding Ling-er's face turned pale. She wanted to struggle and resist, but she was suppressed by the power of the realm and could not move at all. Let's go to my Luo Chu Chamber of Commerce to discuss this joyous matter, Wu Yu said impatiently. He came forward and picked Ding Ling-er up. Ding Ling-er's eyes were full of hatred as she said angrily, "If you dare to touch me, I'll definitely kill you." Wu Yu was startled by his hateful gaze, and a sense of fear rose in his heart. However, he thought about it and realized that if he was afraid, how could he tame her in the future? He immediately steeled his heart and went up to carry her. Suddenly, a cold voice that seemed to come from the 9 serenities rang in his ears, making Wu Yu feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. "If you touch her with your dirty hands, no one in the world can save you." Wu Yu's body trembled as he looked around in horror, but there was no one there. He shouted in shock, "Who is it? Who is it? Come out." "Young master, what's wrong?" The revered martial artist frowned, not understanding Wu Yu's strange behavior. "Someone's there," Wu Yu exclaimed. "Someone was speaking in my ear just now." "Who is it?" The other warrior also had a strange expression on his face. "Young master is shocked. Where is there anyone? If there is someone coming, how can they escape from the eyes of the 2 of us within a few miles?" His words trailed off, and his eyes suddenly widened. His mouth was so wide that a duck could fit in it. This was because there were already 2 more people in the hall. They were silent, and no one knew when they had arrived. "I'm scared." The domain expert also took a few steps back in shock. The entire hall was under the control of his domain, so unless these 2 were ghosts, how could they appear so silently without being noticed at all? Ding Ling-er felt as if she had been electrocuted, and 2 lines of tears flowed down her face. The person she missed day and night suddenly appeared in front of her. All the grievances she felt were released in an instant. She couldn't help but shed tears like rain. Her delicate body trembled like a lotus in the wind, about to be blown away at any time. But more than that, she felt warmth filling her entire body. It made her feel an indescribable warmth that drove away all the cold. Under the sunlight, the water lotus slowly stopped swaying and bloomed with the colors of a flower. Although the white lotus is pure and holy, it is only because you have bloomed and because of your existence that it is even more beautiful. "Young Master Yun." Ding Ling-er held back her sobs and called him softly. This one call expressed all her emotions. Everything was conveyed without words. "You've been wronged," Yun Xiao chuckled. "I'm sorry." Ding Ling-er, who had finally stopped crying, started to sob again. "Who are you?" Wu Yu's expression was extremely unsightly. He said angrily, "This is an internal matter of the Merchant Union, and it concerns the turbulence of the world and the division of power on the continent. It's a major event that can affect the future structure of the entire realm of heavenly martial arts. If you don't want to get into trouble, you'd better leave immediately." Yun Xiao, he, Mo Xiaochuan could not help but burst out laughing. "Haha! Young Master Yun, this is so funny. He's so lustful that he wants to snatch a woman by force, and he's even related to the changes in the realm of heavenly martial arts. He's been fantasizing too much." "You!" Wu Yu was furious and shouted, "2 sovereigns! Take down these 2! He waited for a moment, but there was no movement. He turned his head in shock and saw that the 2 martial honorables' faces had turned green, and their eyes were full of fear. "Why, young master? This man is a martial sovereign of the 9th heaven," one of them exclaimed in fear. "I'm scared." Wu Yu was also shocked. He retreated in a hurry and said in shock, "Who are you people? Even a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens wouldn't easily offend our Luo Chu Chamber of Commerce." Yun Xiao did not bother to explain to him, so he said to Mo Xiaochuan, "Same old method. Beat the 3 of them half to death first." "Hee." Mo Xiaochuan chuckled. "Are you going to crush your bones or your meridians?" "Up to you," Yun Xiao said. "Why don't you just break them all? Just keep them alive. Maybe you'll need to ask some questions." "Ah? You guys dare to mess around, ah?" Wu wanted to threaten him, but he immediately felt a sharp pain in his body. Then he was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. Mo Xiaochuan had only sent the Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens into his body slightly, but he heard the sound of bones cracking as he fell to the ground like a pile of mud. The other 2 martial venerables were shocked. They immediately turned into 2 rays of light and tried to escape. With a cold snort, the 2 of them felt the sky turn dark, and an unparalleled force press down. Then, their whole bodies ached and they almost lost consciousness. In just a few seconds, Wu Yu and the 2 martial honors were completely paralyzed on the ground. Other than their heads and necks, all their bones were shattered and their meridians were broken. They lay on the ground like 3 pieces of soft meat, groaning. Ding Peng was dumbfounded. The change in front of him was too dramatic. His greatest support had turned into mud and was wailing on the ground. Ding Ling wiped her tears and said, "Young Master Yun, if you didn't come, Tianyuan Trading Company would have been finished this time." "I was delayed by something," Yun Xiao said with a smile, "but I just made it in time. I don't care if Tianyuan Trading Company is finished, but I won't allow you to be finished." Ding Ling blushed, and all the negative emotions were swept away. She said, "Let's talk about it later." She looked at Yu Rong on the ground with a sorrowful expression and sobbed. "Old Yu treated me like his own daughter. Elder Yu was the one who taught me martial arts since I was young. Every time I wanted to slack off, Old Yu would be very strict with me, but he would never hit me." She squatted down and cried while holding Old Yu in her arms. Ding Peng was covered in cold sweat. He tried to escape, but he was blocked by an invisible wall. Mo Xiaochuan laughed coldly. "You think you can run away with this level of trash? Colluding with outsiders to sell out your own sister, betraying the foundation of your ancestors. Just wait to be beaten to death." Ding Peng was scared. He pointed at Ding Ling and said, "Good for you, sister. You lied to me that the golden blade and silver radiance are not in your hands." He was obviously just pretending to be a snake. First, he used the Tianyuan order to stabilize me, and then secretly called for the people from Golden Edge and Silver Radiance to come over. "You're indeed my good sister, to actually scheme against your own brother like this." Ding Ling cried even harder, holding Old Yu's body. "Pa!" Yun Xiao gave Ding Peng a slap in the air and sent him flying, causing him to spit out all his teeth. "Xiaochuan, keep slapping him. If he's unconscious, stab his Tsuchi acupoint. Slap him for a few hours first." "Young Master Yun," Mo Xiaochuan said awkwardly, "it's a little too difficult to slap a girl for hours without killing her." "Find a way," Yun Xiao said coldly. "Think of a way yourself." At this time, a large number of martial artists had also rushed in from the outside. They were all chasing after the 2 of them. When they saw the situation in the hall, they were all shocked. Then, they saw Mo Xiaochuan slapping Ding Peng's face non-stop, and all of them were so shocked that they wanted to rush up to save him. "All of you stop." Ding Ling stopped crying and stood up. With tears all over her face, she looked like an ice beauty. Although she was sad, she couldn't be sad. She suppressed her emotions and said lightly, "Bring these 4 and Old Yu down and give them a proper burial. Don't allow anyone to come in." Everyone turned pale with fright. Only then did they see the 5 corpses on the ground and the 3 groaning pieces of rotten flesh. They were all guessing in their hearts. But Ding Ling was the head of the Chamber of Commerce, so she didn't dare to disobey his order. She hurriedly moved the bodies of the 5 people out. Ding Ling took a look at Ding Peng. His head had already turned into a winter melon, and she didn't know what it would become if she continued to beat him. After all, he was her own brother. Her heart immediately softened, and she said, "Young Master Yun, make him stop." Only then did Yun Xiao call for Mo Xiaochuan's assistant. Mo Xiaochuan laughed. "I just thought of an interesting idea. Every time I slap him, I'll send a certain amount of primordial qi into his face and blood vessels, slowly swelling his face. I have to control his head to keep it expanding while making sure it doesn't explode. It's a test of ability." Ding Ling looked at Ding Peng's ugly face and heard Mo Xiaochuan's words. She immediately felt her scalp go numb. I didn't expect my own brother to do such a thing and cause my death, she said sadly. This has happened before the conference. Tianyuan Trading Company is really in trouble this time. I've just arrived in Songyue City, Yunxiao said. It's true that a storm is brewing. By the way, didn't the young emperor and Yunxiang come with you? They're already here, Ding Linger said. But I've secretly placed them in the city as a secret force to prevent them from being exposed. I've been unable to eat or sleep in peace during this period of time. I've already received Sister Han voice transmission, but I haven't seen you come. Young Master Yun, you're finally here, she said with a smile. I feel like my burden has been lifted. I don't have to be so tired anymore. Tianyuan Trading Company is one of the 8 executive members of the Merchant Union, and you're the head of the company. Why can't you handle a few small fries? Mo Xiaochuan asked with a strange expression. I heard your brother say something about golden edge and silver radiance. What is it? It's a long story, Ding Linger sighed. Although I'm the head of Tianyuan Trading Company, I'm only in charge of business. There are 2 truly powerful forces called golden edge and silver radiance, but they've always been in my father's hands. Even I've never seen them before. Oh, it's so strange? Ding Shan? Yunxiao frowned and said, I've met Ding Shan a few times, but I don't have much of an impression of him. What did he mean by doing this? Even for such an important matter, he didn't send any experts. What was he planning? Don't tell me he doesn't care about these 2 associations at all. Impossible. No, Ding Linger denied flatly. I still remember father's instruction when he handed the Chamber of Commerce to me. He told me to do my best to promote the Chamber of Commerce. Father is already old and is powerless in these matters. Mo Xiaochuan snorted coldly. He has the will but no power. Yet, he's still holding on to the core power of the Chamber of Commerce and won't let go. I think he's up to something. Ding Linger was taken aback, and her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. She denied it repeatedly, but a huge question mark emerged in her heart. Mo Xiaochuan's words did make sense, but she had never doubted her father. Young Master Yun, do you think so too? Yunxiao had the same thought in his heart, but he could only sigh and say, it doesn't matter what the truth is. What's important now is how to keep the empty shell of Tianyuan Trading Company, at least until the end of the 2 meetings. It's a good move to hide Xiaohuang and the others, and they can be used as a surprise weapon. It's just that Tianyuan Trading Company is too empty. I can see that the most powerful one around you is only a martial emperor. Haven't the other trading companies noticed this? I think so, Ding Linger said with a wry smile, but no one dares to be the first one to come here because of the Tianyuan Trading Company's name. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to establish myself in Songyue City. Perhaps Ingluo, father wants to test me with this? Your father may have his own ideas, Yunxiao said, but the more he does, the more the people of the other chambers of commerce will not be able to figure out your background. This is not necessarily a bad thing. Right now, the entire Songyue City was in a mess. How many people could tell the truth from the false? As long as we can drag this out until the start of the 2 meetings, I'll directly defeat those minions, and everything else will be easy. I'm just afraid that others will find out about your real situation and make a move before the 2 meetings. That would be troublesome. Ding Linger had no idea what to do. She said, what should we do now? Originally, she was the one who made the decision, but now that Yunxiao was here, she had become so dependent that she did not even want to use her brain. All women would become idiots in front of the man they liked. Even someone as strong as Ding Linger was no exception. This kind of dependence was also a kind of happiness. Let's do it as usual, Yunxiao said. We'll deal with them as they come. But Ingluo, his gaze fell on the 3 piles of rotten meat on the ground and he recited, but these 3 idiots seem to be the first to try. Whether or not they succeed, I'm afraid that people will come to provoke me one after another. We can first gather all the major chambers of commerce that are affiliated with Tianyuan Trading Company and invite them to join us in this forbidden area. This will strengthen our strength. There were 79 chambers of commerce that relied on Tianyuan Trading Company when we were at our strongest, Ding Linger said with a wry smile. There are 27 of them who still pledge their allegiance to us now. Even among these 27, I can only trust 5 or 6 of them. Moreover, their strength is limited. In this big game, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for them to help. Mo Xiaochuan could not help but ask, that tragic? Tianyuan Trading Company was one of the 8 giants in the Merchant Union, but it had declined to such a state? How have you been doing all these years? Why don't you run? He turned to Yun Xiao and said, Young Master Yun, why don't I contact my other senior and junior brothers now? Then Black Iron City, and you contact some old friends from the past? We'll rush to Songyue City together. They're definitely a powerful force that can't be ignored. It's not an exaggeration to say that they'll deter the other 7 chambers of commerce. Ding Ling was shocked when she heard that. You are Ying Luo? He. Mo Xiaochuan introduced himself and said, I've already heard young Master Yun talk about you. Don't worry. With young Master Yun here, even the entire Merchant Union can be overturned. Ding Ling was horrified. She had heard of this man before her, who was also an arrogant and unruly person, but she didn't expect to see his true face, and there was a sweet feeling in her heart for no reason. Obviously, Yun Xiao had regarded her as the closest person to him. Do you think it's still more than a decade ago? Yun Xiao smiled wryly. I'm just a slightly stronger martial emperor now. Your stupid idea is not feasible at all. Don't attract a large number of enemies before reinforcements arrive. In the situation where there are no external forces in the entire Songyue City, we can only borrow strength to fight strength, temporarily surviving in the crack. And what I'm most worried about now is that with the current strength of Tianyuan Trading Company, even if the 2 associations can make it to the top, I'm afraid that it will attract the dissatisfaction of the other merchants and put them in a precarious situation. Let me send a message to my father, Ding Ling said worriedly. Ask him to send at least one of the golden blades and silver rays to help me. Yes. Yun Xiao nodded and said, we have to do that. The first is to increase our current strength, and the second is to probe your father's thoughts. Apart from that, the gathering of the subsidiary chambers of commerce that I mentioned earlier is also imperative. At this critical moment, everyone must make their stand clear. We must do our best to win support. For example, I think this Luo Chu Chamber of Commerce would be a very good help. His gaze fell on the 3 pieces of rotten flesh on the ground, and he revealed a knowing smile. Luo Chu Chamber of Commerce? Although Luo Chu Chamber of Commerce is limited in strength, it's still a well-known existence. However, why would they help us? Could it be that young Master Yun was planning to use Wu Yu to threaten them? It's useless. Not every Chamber of Commerce is united. Many people wish for Wu Yu's death. They won't be controlled by us because of this. Yun Xiao's eyes turned cold as he said, Humph? Restrained? Were they even worthy? What I mean is to use the Luo Chu Chamber of Commerce as an example and directly incorporate them into our organization. Ding Ling was shocked and said, let's not talk about the fact that we can't deal with Luo Chu Chamber of Commerce at the moment. Even if we can, Tianyi Chamber of Commerce will never agree. They are one of the major vassals of the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce. It's enough, Yun Xiao said indifferently. As long as you are fast and ruthless enough. We'll bet that the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce won't make a move at this time. If we don't take the initiative to attack, the situation will become more and more unfavorable for us. Ding Ling heart was beating wildly. The bet was too big. If she failed, she would be removed from the competition before the 2 meetings even started. She swallowed and said with difficulty, Can you wait for me to send a message to my father first? Let's see how he replies. If he can send the golden edge and silver light over, then we'll have a greater chance. Yun Xiao shook his head. I can't wait any longer. Besides, I don't think your father will send someone here. Let me and Xiaochuan handle the matter of the Luo Chu Chamber of Commerce. We'll leave the young emperor's side in the dark in case something unexpected happens. Mo Xiaochuan chuckled. Miss Ding, don't you think it's a miracle that you've managed to hold on until now? I think it's because of the power in your father's hands. I'm just afraid that your father actually doesn't have any more power left, so I'm doing this on purpose, using the empty city as a strategy. Ding Ling was even more shocked. If that was the case, wouldn't Tianyuan Trading Company have been empty for a long time? Then why didn't her father tell her? Yunxiao saw through her thoughts and said with a smile, "Everything is just a guess. Send a message to your father and all the chambers of commerce that used to be affiliated with Tianyuan Trading Company. Xiaochuan and I will go to the Luochu Trading Company's house for a cup of tea. Let's first throw a stone into this chaotic city. I also want to see what kind of waves it can stir up." Ding Ling-er's lips were a little dry. As a girl, she had always been cautious and meticulous in her actions, while Yunxiao was bold and unconstrained, decisive and unpredictable, turning the whole situation around with him as the center and finally killing them one by one. From the incident at Mount Meru to the Chinga forest, it was the same. Now, with his arrival, a storm would probably start in the city. When Ding Ling-er thought of this, she was full of expectation. She nodded heavily and said, "We'll listen to young Master Yun's instructions." Yunxiao glanced at the 3 piles of mud on the ground and said coldly, "I thought it would be useful to keep them, but it seems like it's a waste. Send them home." Mo Xiaochuan smacked them with his palm, and the 3 of them were instantly killed. He then kept them into his storage ring. Other than saint artifacts, which could open up independent spaces, all storage spaces could not hold living beings, but corpses could. After Yunxiao and Mo Xiaochuan asked about the location of the Luochu Chamber of Commerce, they immediately disappeared from the hall. Only Ding Ling-er was left sitting in the empty hall in a daze. Everything that had happened just now seemed a little unreal, like a dream. Her brother's betrayal, Old Yu's death, and young Master Yun's arrival had all caused a huge emotional fluctuation. If Ding Pong hadn't been lying on the ground with his head swollen like a winter melon, she would have thought it was a dream. With a deep sigh, Ding Ling-er gathered her exhausted spirit and restored her appearance as the head of the Chamber of Commerce and a strong woman of her generation. She sent a voice transmission. "Someone, pass down my order. Send 27 invitation letters to each subsidiary Chamber of Commerce and call them to come here for an important matter." After the order was passed down, she took out a delicate voice transmission tool from her ring. Her hand seemed to be trembling slightly as she held it. Her face gradually lost its color as she muttered to herself, "Father, I hope you won't disappoint me." Luochu Chamber of Commerce's base also had its own forbidden area to prevent outsiders from entering. Those who were able to draw their own sphere of influence in Songyueyang City were all people of status. At the very least, they had martial emperor powerhouses in their ranks. Except for the members of the Council of the 8 Business Alliances, there were no more than 10 chambers of commerce that dared to do so. "Father, I heard that Big Brother took Ding Peng of Tianyuan Trading Company to abduct Ding Ling-er." In a rather distant place, a silver-robed youth with an ashen face was facing a man who was resting on a rocking chair with his eyes half closed. He gritted his teeth and said, "Didn't Father say that my talent is far superior to Big Brother's, and that I would inherit Luochu Chamber of Commerce in the future? Why is Big Brother the one who married Ding Ling-er, and not me?" "Oh, you're angry." The man was the president of the Luochu Chamber of Commerce, Wu Jinzuan. He opened his half-closed eyes and a smile appeared on his face. "Are you drooling over your big brother's capital or your big brother's beauty?" The young man was stunned and snorted angrily. "Both. As one of the 2 beauties in the Merchant Union, who wouldn't like Ding Ling-er? All the young and handsome men in the Merchant Union have fantasized about her and Shui Luoyan. I'm also a normal man. Secondly, although Tianyuan Trading Company is like a thin camel, it's still bigger than a horse. If Big Brother gets his hands on it, how can I compete with him in the future?" Wu Jinzuan laughed at the sky, looking very happy and said, "Not bad, not bad. You know how to think about problems." The young man said angrily, "Humph, what's the use of thinking? Has Father already decided to pass the Chamber of Commerce to Big Brother? Then I'll give up on this idea now and never mention it again." "You're still too young," Wu Jinzuan said lightly. "Do you think that your Big Brother can control Ding Peng and go to Tianyuan Trading Company to deal with Ding Ling-er without any trouble? I've heard that there's not a single martial honor in Tianyuan Trading Company's encampment," the young man said with a frown. "Big Brother has brought 2 martial honors and guardians with him, Wouldn't it be easy to capture him? Wu Jinzuan sneered. If it's so easy to capture, then Tianyuan Trading Company will be too easy to deal with. The Four Extremes sect wouldn't have arranged for us to investigate the situation. What? The young man's body trembled and he said in shock, Is it the Four Extremes sect's idea for Big Brother to go to Tianyuan Trading Company? What else? Wu Jinzuan snorted. Do you think I want to be the first one to go? If it's a crab, it's fine. Even if we can't keep it, we can at least try it. But if it's a spider, it's not that fun. The youth was very puzzled and said, But Zhenjin, isn't our Luochu Chamber of Commerce attached to the Empyrean One Pavilion? Why do we have to listen to the orders of the Four Extremes sect? Wu Jinzuan's pupils contracted as he stared at the young man and said earnestly, The relationships within the merchant union are the most complicated in the world. There were no eternal friends, nor were there eternal enemies. There were only benefits. We'll follow whoever has a better future. Young Master Tang Xian of the Four Extremes sect is definitely the scariest person among the younger generation in the merchant union. Father's bet is on him. Father, I can understand what you just said, but isn't Li Feiyu of the Myriad Treasures store the most powerful person in the younger generation? The young man asked in astonishment. It's said that his strength is unpredictable. Humph! No matter how strong Li Feiyu is, he's just an ordinary man. Unless he could become a martial sovereign of the ninth heaven, which would make people a little afraid, he would only be mediocre. As for Tang Xian, according to my secret information, it's very likely that she has already obtained the Array Dao inheritance of the martial sovereign, Tang Guang. The young man was shocked. The Array Dao inheritance of a martial sovereign king? Could he have solved the heaven and earth chessboard? I don't quite understand the process. Wu Jinzuan shook his head. But if the rumors are true, Tang Xian will be invincible among the younger generation. Not even Li Feiyu. But fortunately, the Four Extremes sect is not an iron bucket, and that Tang Jie is not easy to deal with. He greatly restrained Tang Xian. Otherwise, I'm really afraid that Luochu Chamber of Commerce would be swallowed up by Tang Xian. The young man was drenched in cold sweat. He did not expect the situation to be so complicated. He said awkwardly, So you're going to Tianyuan Trading Company without any results? Wu Jinzuan shook his head. I don't know either. That's why I'm waiting for the result. Just like you. It'd be best if we can succeed, but it doesn't matter if we can't. Our purpose is just to test the real situation of Tianyuan Trading Company and then give feedback to Tang Xian, and then wait for his further instructions. But Jinjin, father, wouldn't this be too passive? Wouldn't you be listening to everyone's orders? The young man felt that it was very inappropriate and was dissatisfied. Haha, of course not. Wu Jinzuan laughed. However, in the current chess game, we can only wait for an opportunity to act. We must not act rashly. This is because we are only playing the role of chess pieces at the moment. Unless we have enough strength, we cannot be promoted to chess players. And Tang Xian is an outstanding player in this big game. The young man was shocked. What his father said seemed to have opened another door to the peak of the world for him, allowing him to peak at a higher level. Well said. Since you have the knowledge of being a chess piece, you should also be prepared to be crushed at any time. A cold voice came from the distance, like the falling of frost. The entire courtyard became solemn and bleak, and the cold air was pressing. Who's there? Wu Jinzuan's expression changed drastically. The conversation just now had been heard by someone without a sound. He secretly blamed himself for being too careless. In shock, he suddenly spread out his divine sense and immediately locked on to the two figures in the void. Only then did he feel slightly relieved and said coldly, Since the two of you dared to come, why don't you dare to show yourself? A long laugh came from the sky. The ups and downs of the world fight for fame and fortune, and the sparks of fire will fly in this life. The secular world's turmoil can't be waved away. Watching chess without smiling is an idiot. The void trembled, and Yun Xiao and Mo Xiaochuan's figures emerged, walking down from the sky. Wu Jinzuan's gaze immediately fell on Mo Xiaochuan, and his pupils contracted. Mo Xiaochuan's aura made him feel a little uneasy, But when he remembered that this was the Luochu Chamber of Commerce's encampment and that there were many experts around, he relaxed and said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "A chess player," Yunxiao said with a smile. "He's here to play chess." "Oh, with just the two of you, you want to disrupt Songyu Yang City's chess game?" Wu Jinzuan's eyes gradually widened as he stared at the two coldly. "I don't have enough strength," Yunxiao said. "So, I came to you for help, didn't I?" "Help?" Wu Jinzhou laughed. "Who the hell are you? How are you going to help?" Yunxiao smiled as well. "It doesn't matter who we are. It's easy to help. I just need to borrow your head." "Impudent." Wu Jinzuan's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said angrily, "Where did this ignorant brat come from, daring to act so atrociously in my Luochu Chamber of Commerce?" Although Wu Jinzuan looked furious on the surface, he was as calm as a virgin on the inside. He deliberately shouted this sentence out loud in order to alarm the masters of Luochu Chamber of Commerce. Since the other party dared to come, they must have come prepared. Young Master Yun is right. As a chess piece, we should be prepared to be crushed at any time. A light flashed in Mo Xiaochuan's hand, and 3 corpses immediately flew across the air toward Wu Jinzuan. Wu Jinzuan's heart trembled. He raised his hand and was about to smash the 3 bodies into pieces when his pupils suddenly shrank and he cried out in horror, "You, Among the 3 corpses, there was actually his beloved son. He was shocked and stunned. "Big brother." The teenager beside him was also shocked. He had been extremely envious just a moment ago. But when he saw Wu Yu's corpse, he was dumbfounded. Grief and indignation gradually rose in his heart. "I've been careless. When you're facing a martial emperor, how many lives do you have that can distract you?" Mo Xiaochuan's voice seemed to come from the netherworld as it rang in Wu Jinzuan's ears. Wu Jinzuan's body trembled. He looked up, but what he saw was not Mo Xiaochuan, but a blood-red pupil that opened between Yunxiao's eyebrows, which turned into a demonic full moon and attacked his spiritual altar. Spiritual attack. He only felt his mind go blank. Soon after, an ice-cold voice rang out. "Red dust gazes at Ing Haoyue." A domineering sword chi rose up, and the entire courtyard turned into a sea of swords. The scene of the yin and yang fish devouring each other appeared in the sky, and they fell quickly. This strike contained all of Mo Xiaochuan's power. He had to hit the target in one shot or else he would have wasted his time. Naturally, Wu Jinzuan was not ordinary either. After a brief daze, the fear from the depths of his soul immediately woke him up. His martial artist's instinctive power was awakened at this moment. Without any thoughts, he subconsciously attacked. Point out 10 directions. Flying waterfall meteorites. 10 rays of cold light shot out from Wu Jinzuan's fingertips. After a few rays of light, they actually sketched out a beautiful scene of a waterfall. A beautiful will rose in the courtyard. Matching the 1,000 feet Howren technique, the 2 spiritual pressures collided in the air, shooting out tens of thousands of rays of light. Darkness appeared all around the courtyard, and the space was broken one by one, spreading into the distance. "It's too late. If you only have one life, you can be on your way today." Mo Xiaochuan raised his right hand and slashed down like a sword. His right hand faintly flickered with supreme sword light, emitting a terrifying sword chi. It was no longer possible to tell if it was an arm or a sword light. The third move, Red Furnace, illuminates the mountains and rivers. The sword chi was like the sun and the moon, like the stars that split the earth. A ray of light rose from the small courtyard and shot straight into the 9 heavens. Boom! One of Wu Jinzuan's unique skills was broken easily. A flash of armor appeared on his body and then solidified, protecting him like an iron bucket. It was useless. Under the sword chi, it was indestructible. The armor was destroyed and the sword ray shot into Wu Jinzuan's body. He spat out a mouthful of blood from his throat and retreated continuously. He tried to disperse the sword chi, but it was in vain. Finally, all the meridians in his body were destroyed, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Wu Jinzuan's face was pale, but he stood still, but he was about to fall. His eyes, which had been sparkling with brilliance earlier, instantly dimmed. the hero of a generation, the master of Luo Chu Chamber of Commerce, had been inexplicably injured by two people who had barged in so casually that he could no longer summon any battle strength. He had already been eliminated from the chess game before it even started. Mo Xiaochuan frowned and said, "He's not dead yet? These merchant alliances are indeed quite powerful." After the attack, he put down his right hand, restrained all his aura, and stood quietly behind Yunxiao. Yunxiao's eyes were as calm as an ancient well, as if he had already seen this result. "I'll use your son's corpse to disturb your mind first. Then I'll use a spiritual attack to shake your sea of consciousness." The three moves were linked together, but he was still able to keep his life. As expected of the master of Luo Chu Chamber of Commerce, he was worthy of praise. But, Ing Luo, his voice turned cold and turned into a sneer. He said softly, "But you're still a chess piece, and a chess piece should have its destiny." Wu Jinzuan spat out another mouthful of blood. He could no longer stand and knelt down, looking extremely dispirited. "Who dares to come to my Luo Chu Chamber of Commerce and act so atrociously? Do you want to die?" When Mo Xiaochuan's sword light shot up into the sky, the entire city was shaken. Several powerful auras rose into the air from the Luozu Chamber of Commerce's encampment and arrived at the courtyard in the blink of an eye. They were all dumbfounded when they saw the barren land and Wu Jinzuan, who was kneeling on the ground with his life or death unknown. Yunxiao did not wait for them to come back to their senses as he said coldly, "Your Luozu Chamber of Commerce dared to stir up trouble with my Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, so I should have killed all of you, but on account of your endless cultivation, Miss Ding has shown great mercy. As long as you swear your allegiance, no matter how high your cultivation is, you can live." "You're from Tianyuan Trading Company?" An elder of the Luo Chu Chamber of Commerce opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. "I've already told you my name," Yunxiao snorted coldly. "How can it be fake? How dare the Wu father and son ignore my Tianyuan divine power? One died, and the last one is just a piece of trash." His cold eyes fell on the young man. The teenager's legs trembled in fear as he desperately retreated. He said in horror, Don't kill me. That's my big brother and my father's business. It has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me." The votes were currently within the top 5, but many gods hadn't made any moves yet. The results wouldn't be out until the 30th of the month. Everyone, don't slack off. You can vote once a day to strengthen the entertainment atmosphere. The young man had been scared out of his wits by the peak confrontation just now, and now, when Yunxiao's eyes focused on him, he was even more frightened. He cried out, Please don't kill me. Don't kill me." The people in the sky frowned and looked on coldly. Wu Jinzuan could be considered a hero. How could he have such a timid son? "Wu, I'm innocent. You can't kill me. I'll kowtow to you." After he finished speaking, the young man began to kowtow. Wu Jinzuan, who was kneeling beside him, suddenly moved. His body trembled non-stop, but all the meridians in his body had been shattered by Mo Xiaochuan's sword qi. He could no longer circulate any vital qi and was like a heavily injured ordinary person. "Mr. President." The elder's heart trembled and he hurriedly flew down from the sky. As long as Wu Jinzuan was not dead, the Chamber of Commerce would be able to restore him to full health. "Who allowed you to touch him?" Mo Xiaochuan's cold voice fell. His entire being was like a treasured sword that was about to be unsheathed at any moment as his murderous aura locked onto the elder. The elder's body trembled, and he immediately froze, not daring to move. Wu Jinzuan struggled to stand up, but the wounds all over his body burst open. Finally, he could not take it anymore and fell to the ground, groaning deeply. The teenager was scared out of his wits, crying and kowtowing, not stingy with his forehead at all, and the ground was covered in blood. Everyone from the Luo Chu Chamber of Commerce felt pity for him. His father was like a tiger, but he had given birth to such a dog. He was even raised as a successor, and now it seemed that he was far inferior to Wu Yu. "That's right," Yunxiao said lightly. "Since you're willing to kowtow and admit your mistake, I'll spare your life. Miss Ding has always been merciful, As long as you are willing to repent, you will have a way out. Otherwise, you will die without a doubt. Ah! The young man raised his head and said in disbelief, "You're not going to kill me? Are you letting me go?" Ha! Ha ha! That's great! That's great! Thank you, thank you! Don't kill me! Ha ha! Don't kill me! A huge sense of joy rushed to his head, and he suddenly became crazy. He laughed and danced, jumping and jumping into the distance. The elder said awkwardly, "This Bayan has actually gone crazy." Bayan. The father and son who had led the Luo Chu Chamber of Commerce were now dead, crippled, and crazy. This huge difference made the hearts of the people of the Luo Chu Chamber of Commerce shake, and they found it hard to accept. Of all the people present, only Mo Xiaochuan had noticed that Yun Xiao had used a spiritual attack to shatter the young man's sea of consciousness, which had caused him to go crazy. "I'll count to 3, Yun Xiao said. "This will be the end of those who refuse to submit." He gently flicked his finger and a sword light shot out, directly cutting off Wu Jinzuan's head. Then he grabbed with his 5 fingers and it flew directly into his hand. He held the hair and dangled it in front of everyone, saying, "1!" The crowd trembled as they felt a chill run down their spines. They could sense the terrifying aura of the 2 men, which was cold and murderous. 3 of the martial emperor elders also trembled and dared not make a sound. Second ant. Yun Xiao's voice dragged on, which brought a great psychological pressure to the crowd. They looked at each other and watched the others' movements, intending to huddle together for warmth. As one of the 7 chambers of commerce, Tianyuan Trading Company is bullying the weak. Aren't you afraid that the other 7 chambers of commerce will join forces to suppress you? An old man was furious. He could no longer endure this oppressive atmosphere and began to resist. Yun Xiao's eyes fell on him. He was actually a peak martial venerable, not even a martial emperor. The other 3 martial sovereigns did not say a word. They seemed to be truly afraid. "Before the 7 chambers of commerce join forces to suppress me," Yun Xiao said coldly, "I'd better suppress you first." Mo Xiaochuan's gaze shifted as soon as he finished speaking. The elder at the peak of the martial honor instantly felt a chill run down his spine as the terror of death spread. He shouted, "No, you cannot kill me. I'm a member of the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce. If you kill me, it will lead to a war between the 2 factions." "Oh!" Yun Xiao smiled in surprise as he stopped Mo Xiaochuan and said, "Oh, Empyrean One Pavilion, you didn't discipline your dog well enough. Now you let it out to bite people. Are you going to punish you for not being strict with your discipline?" Yun Xiao said coldly. The old man's forehead was full of sweat as he trembled and said, "This is a big matter, and I can't make the decision as a small manager. How about I go back and report to the higher-ups? This Luo Chu Chamber of Commerce is, after all, an existence attached to my Empyrean One Pavilion, so I hope the 2 sirs will show mercy. In the future, my clan's chief steward will definitely come to Miss Ding's door and explain things clearly." Yun Xiao sneered. "Oh? You can control your family's chief steward?" "Of course not," the old man replied, stunned. Yun Xiao's face turned cold as he shouted angrily, "Since I can't, then how can I dare to boast? In the future, I will definitely ask your family's chief steward to explain to my family's young miss. Isn't this just tricking me?" This Bayan. Sensing the cold killing intent from Yun Xiao, the old man broke out in a cold sweat and said in a hurry, "Tianyuan Trading Company is one of the 7 major trading companies. My chief steward will treat it with caution. There is no doubt that he will come in person. You know that Tianyuan Trading Company is one of the 7 giants of the Merchant Union," Yun Xiao said coldly. "How dare you provoke us? Your Empyrean One Pavilion is heartless, but my Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce can't do that. Today I'll punish you lightly. Go back and tell your chief steward that if he doesn't come to apologize, my Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce won't participate in the Merchant Union's martial arts and sorcery competition. Before the competition begins, we'll eliminate your Empyrean One Pavilion with all our strength, so that both sides will suffer." The old man's heart trembled, wondering if the golden edge and silver radiance of Tianyuan Trading Company had really appeared. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "I'll definitely relay your message to my chief steward. I'll take my leave first. Xiaochuan, give him a slight punishment, Yunxiao said. Well, I'll just cripple his dantian and send him on his way. What? The old man was shocked and said in fear, Your Excellency, didn't you say to punish me? Crippling a martial artist's dantian was the same as completely crippling the person. Other than some legendary and ethereal objects, there was nothing else that could heal a damaged dantian, and those ethereal objects might not even be found in the Sea of Soul formation in the Holy Realm. In other words, a person whose dantian was crippled was basically crippled. Crippling your dantian is just a small punishment, Yunxiao said coldly. If I want to give you a big punishment, I'll peel your skin, pull out your bones, and light you up as a heavenly lamp. Not only the old man from the Empyrean One Pavilion, but all the people of the Luozu Chamber of Commerce were covered in cold sweat. They couldn't feel any warmth under the sun, and they felt a cold wind on their backs. No, don't, my lord, don't. If you cripple my dantian, my life will be ruined, the old man begged. Mo Xiaochuan snorted coldly. As his body flickered, a bang was heard. A fist radiance flickered at the elder's dantian, and a huge amount of spiritual qi was swept out like a vortex. It was because the dantian had been broken that the spiritual qi was leaking out. Since you've set your mind on Tianyuan Trading Company, you should be prepared to die at any time, dear. Let's go, Mo Xiaochuan said coldly. With a wave of his hand, a force swept the elder away and sent him flying in the direction of the Empyrean One Pavilion. Oh right, I forgot to tell you something. Myriad Treasure Store's Lord Li Feiyu has already said that if you want to deal with me, please first ask them. I'll have to trouble you to bring this message to your chief steward as well, Yunxiao added indifferently. But his voice spread in all directions, and everyone around him heard it clearly. The people of the Luochu Chamber of Commerce were especially shocked, and they felt their throats go dry. No wonder the other party dared to deal with Empyrean One Pavilion without fear. It turned out that they had the backing of Myriad Treasure Store. Yunxiao turned to look at the people of Luochu Chamber of Commerce one by one, then put on a pure smile and said, Everyone, it's time for us to talk about serious matters. Continue with the 3 breaths from before. It's already 2. Then it's woo-woo. A martial emperor powerhouse's face turned pale as he said hurriedly, Your Excellency, we are willing to submit to Tianyuan Trading Company. As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. The other 2 martial sovereigns, in particular, had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. However, at this moment, no one dared to say no or express their objection. After all, Wu Jinzuan's headless body was still on the ground. Wu Jinzuan was the #1 expert of their Luochu Chamber of Commerce. They had rushed out as soon as they sensed the battle fluctuations, and immediately found that the #1 expert of the Chamber of Commerce had been completely crippled. If this kind of strength wanted to kill them all, it would be as easy as turning over his hand. Yunxiao smiled and said with satisfaction, Very good. Miss Ding has always been a merciful person, and now we need people. I'll take you in on behalf of Miss Ding, and you'll be the low-level thugs with golden edges and silver lights. The martial sovereign's eyes widened and he said, This low-level thug. Everyone felt dizzy. Apart from the 3 martial sovereigns, there were many martial supremes present. The lowest rank among them was a martial emperor, but they were only low-level thugs. Don't worry, everyone, Yunxiao said. In addition to strength, loyalty was also very important when Golden Edge and Silver Glow recruited people. As long as you guys do it well, you'll level up very quickly, Everyone's face was sullen, and they kept cursing in their hearts. Your sister. I'm just being forced by the situation, so I'll submit to you for the time being. When the situation changes, you'll be the first to die. I'll let you be tyrannical for a while. I'll settle the score with you in the future. How could Yunxiao not know what these people were thinking? He sneered in his heart. He had already thought of a way to deal with them. When he returned to the base of Tianyuan Trading Company, he would put a restrictive spell on these people to control them. Everyone had their own thoughts. Under the lead of several leaders, all the cultivators in Luochu Chamber of Commerce's encampment moved into Tianyuan Trading Company. Mo Xiaochuan's attack had shaken the entire city. By the time the experts of the major factions came to investigate, the place was already empty. Only Wu Jinzuan's headless corpse was left, shocking everyone.